Just a few weeks ago, a young Georgian pianist named David Khrikuli walked onto the stage of the Chopin piano competition and played with a kind of honesty that stopped people in their tracks. He was easily one of the most unique voices in the entire competition, and probably about as close to Chopin's heart as anyone there. And the crazy thing is, he didn't win any prize. But for thousands of people around the world, his performances meant something truly special, and they reminded us of what it sounds like when an artist refuses to play it safe. In a generation obsessed with perfection, clarity, precision, and spotless technique, David chose vulnerability. He chose to risk being himself, and that's why I'm making this video. My teacher Mark Westcott always used to say, authenticity over accuracy. The notes don't matter if the voice isn't your own. He believed his mission was to remind pianists that individuality is sacred in their interpretation. That he was preaching the gospel according to Beethoven, as he often said. And now that he's gone, it's a mission I intend to carry forward. This is more than a reflection or a reaction video. It's a masterclass in what it means to be yourself at the piano. Over the next several hours, I'm going to watch several of his performances throughout the competition and pause, analyze, and break down the moments that make his playing so unmistakably personal and subtle. We'll look at what the general public might miss, and how his phrasing breathes, how his rubato speaks, how his tone reveals conviction, and most importantly, how you can build these same qualities in your own practice and playing. Because artistry is not luck, it's a craft. And though some of it can't be taught, we can understand through understanding others. So, I have all the scores pulled up in advance. I've got rounds in order and everything. So we're gonna go through round 1 and 2 probably a lot more than 3 and 4. For a couple reasons. They were his better rounds, I think unanimously agreed upon. Not by much, but more polished. And also I think by the time you get the points I'm getting across, and once you see the magic of what he had to offer in the first 2, there's not a lot we can learn from 3 and 4. So, plus I thought about this, I'm like, okay, 3 hours of playing, if I were to stop every 30 seconds and give a 30-second recap of what we just heard, which would be tough for me to keep it to that short, then this is a 6-hour video. So I'm like, realistically, I'm gonna jump around. Definitely will listen to the entirety of round 1 and most of 2, maybe skipping through some preludes. But let's just get right into this here. So Nocturne, one of the bigger nocturnes, really good choice with an unusual one, the ABA structure, where the main theme comes back, but entirely different texture the second time. So you actually show more range in this nocturne than just about any other choice, relatively speaking. So let's see what he has to say. Okay, so one thing I want you to notice is like how he came down in the left hand at moments to pull the tone back, and not so much in the right hand. So right here, instead of getting quieter, you can pull back one part of your texture, not the entire part. He's really good at that. His layering and his coloring is off the charts good, and he's really keeping that mood, medium voice, like super sustained, top notch, amazing voicing. This detail doesn't seem like a lot, but that rhythmicness, Mark Westcott used to say that singing in Chopin is not always singing, sometimes it's talking. And not all that is melodic is necessarily, or lyrical. Yeah, that's how he put it. So this is a melodic thing, but that element is not really lyrical. And a lot of people cheat that and lose the integrity. He's really respectful of that. So while he has freedom, he also has a respect of the accuracy without sounding sterile. Really hard balance to get, but really nice.
My friends, if you have been enjoying this video, make sure to download my free piano progress guide. It's linked in the description and the pinned comment, and you can start seeing greater progress with in-depth insights like this today.
tasteful rubato. Never over the top of him, but always there, which is how it basically should be. He doesn't do it even. He goes a little bit slower at the beginning, a little faster at the end. Really, really nice, even though they're all triplets. Da, 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 da. He doesn't play pedantic. I also really like these staccatos where he doesn't just play them short and dry. He plays them clear and articulate. He sees the meaning of the marking, but doesn't really play the marking itself. So he gets it clearer, good, nice voicing, articulation, without getting disruptive of the mood of the piece. See that marking? There's another element where instead of going to piano, he kept the right hand mostly the same volume, but he really is careful with that F minor. By just playing that low carefully, because a lot of people will go, and like ruin the mood with too heavy of a left hand. It's all in the balance. I think the secret to his tone production, which is absolutely sublime, is how flat his fingers are most of the time. And he's really sinking in, if I may just for a moment show you. He keeps a flatter finger that sinks in slowly with a firm hand. See, if you have firm fingers and move quick, it's edgy, especially if you're pointed straight down. But if you go like this, you can really sweeten the tone, which you'll just be aware of that. Watch how slow he moves, but how flat he is, and combined with how firm his finger looks. There's not a lot of like fluff. And a lot of performers, I'm not going to name names, both in this competition and in the last one, the 2010, and a lot of them are playing Chopin more and more like this. It's not a unbeautiful sound. Mark Westcott would have said it's pretty, but not beautiful. This thing, it's not offensive, but it's shallow. And it's shallow because their fingers are super loose. So it creates this like glib sound versus deeper arm weight, always at the bottom of the key, always controlled. There's a whole science to this. There's a recent article that's like, the science has finally backed up and figured out the nuance of how a touch can actually influence how we hear it. And how a pianist's like movement and angle of the fingers and speed of precision and all that actually changes the sound. And we're seeing here, one of the things I love about David's playing the most. It's honestly, just to be totally upfront right away, he wasn't my favorite performer. There's a lot of things I think left to be desired, which I'll get into. But he has the most important quality there. It's heartfelt, it's sincere, and there's nothing glib. He's always present. You always have a very clear voice of what's going on. And that, I would take that any day over 90% of other performers I hear, whether it's Chopin competition or not. A lot of the tradition these days is becoming more and more thin, out of the way, not offensive, don't make a splash. And he certainly made a splash. So what I didn't like was just nuances of, I would time it differently or whatever. And that's like 10% of what actually matters. So overall, he's still my favorite pick. Anyway, keep going. Even there, so subtle. But this can get really wooden if you just keep going. He paused on that C after the grace notes. Not that much, but which allows our ear to just feel warmth in that moment instead of this rigid thing that just sounds technical. Nice build. And notice, okay, so subtle, but this is what I love. The more you listen to David, you go, wow, it's never like super obvious, but it's always on point. So the first one, pretty normal. The second triplet was actually slower, which it's not just that he built the volume, he also built the time. And that time expansion is what gives that fortissimo a true fortissimo feel. I mean, he didn't smash that out. He didn't go, not at all. That, I mean, who would want to hear that, right? Does that not feel bigger simply because it took more time? And that is one of the main qualities I wish more modern pianists would embrace, is the rhythmic flexibility. At all, like never super obvious, but always there. Nobody did that better in this competition than David, from what I heard. Did I listen to every performance? Absolutely not. I don't think anyone on the internet did. Only the jury did that. But I did listen to quite a lot more than I normally do. And because it's my job these days to mentor the public, to teach, to take on that Leonard Bernstein role of bringing this high-level architecture and ways of thinking about music to the general public. That's what I do. That is my full-time job. And so I considered it very important to really go through and really like make an informed decision this time on. I'm not going to say who I think the prizes will be, who the winners are, none of that. I do think that David should have gotten a prize, but I'm not going to name which one. And I'm not going to comment on Eric Liu and everyone else, because they all got what they deserved, they all worked, they all, honor and respect where it's due. Okay, that's not what this video is about. It's about understanding what artistry really is, and the magic of it, and how it happens, and why certain things affect our ears a certain way. So, let's keep going. Notice how he delays the pedal. He doesn't change it right away, which allows a softer entry. We know he can stretch a 12th because he didn't roll that. Massive hands. The voicing is just off the charts. Like that, the way he got that, most people would get the voicing and like scream out a note, and it's aggressive. He just like, how do you even do that? Like, that is really, really hard to do, to get such a separation at the top without screaming it out, without getting a harsh tone. Very, very creamy. That's something you'd have to really work on. And it's also kind of a Steinway thing. I recorded several big Chopin pieces on a Fazioli, and I was not able to get those sounds. I can get that easier on a Steinway, so he made the right choice there. Anyway, keep going. Again, very subtle. And I'm stopping more than I will throughout the video because I want to get a lot of the main ideas front loaded for those who don't want to watch for the 6 hours, or whatever it is. Here, he listens to the continuity of his sound, and he doesn't just pick up as loud as he played the first one. He doesn't do that. Most pianists do. He listens to how much the A has decayed. Listen to this. It's coming down, so he's got to play the G as quiet as that. And if you just stop there, it goes, oh, you just played way quieter. But if you continue on, you get louder again. And what that does is it kind of gives us the impression that it was a continuous line, because we play a percussion instrument, and percussion is more about the hit than the sustain. We cannot change the sustain even though we have the pedal. We can't make it louder, so. I know I got some voicings wrong there, but that's the idea, is like, we have to get a little bit quieter and then come back up for it to sound even, because otherwise it sounds like we got louder since that note has sustained it. He gets that. Garrick Olson talks about this actually, a little bit. Most teachers don't address this ever. Very few do. He either has a really good pair of ears and just does it instinctively, which we know he has that anyway, or Somebody told him, and he's been highly aware of that because he doesn't miss those opportunities to really hear the long notes expiring into the group of faster notes. My teacher, Mark Westcott, called that the long-short principle. And for the most part, he made a rule out of it. He's like, if you have a long note followed by anything shorter, get a little bit softer on the first note of the shorter ones. So, there's a detail. He's probably going to do it again. Yeah. And then he brings it up again. Here's an example of harmonic color. This is why you need to learn music theory. Here we have an E major chord, followed by an E minor chord. And he creates an entirely different sound world between the two, because major and minor are fundamentally different. So don't we need to hear something unique? You know, like, listen to this. Bright. Not only was it quieter, he took less time. He went like, it's kind of like, let me hear that one more time actually. There was a subtle nuance in the timing between the two. Fast. And then see how he rolled the left hand chord slower because he's wanting to draw that darker tone. Faster is a more bright sound. Slower is going to be a darker sound. And it wasn't that exaggerated, but again, like, David is the king of subtlety. And I think that's why the jury missed it, honestly. Like, if he had done, my summary is probably going to be something like this. If he had done everything he did and blown it up 10% more, he would have not won everyone over. Because some people would have been like, oh, he's too unique, which I think they already thought that. But I think his ideas were always right, but not always clear. Like, I hear it because I'm like, and I'm not saying the jury can't, okay, don't hear me wrong. I just think they weren't listening for that kind of thing. It's not what mattered to them, and because it wasn't super obvious, they went, okay, whatever, everyone can do that. Versus like, no, a lot of people actually don't do stuff like that, and he was more refined in that area. But he has mastered his craft at like a level that you would see Richter master it at in his 30s or 40s, in the sense of like Richter was very subtle. He didn't take a ton of time. He didn't just like scream out his ideas like the way Horowitz did, where it's like, look at what I'm doing, here's this trick, obviously you're hearing this voice now, without question. And David's a lot more subtle and refined. It's like he's not trying to prove anything, he's just letting it be. And because of that, it's not always like so clear. You're almost, it just bothers me to have the notifications. It's not always clear, like, what exactly did I just hear? But when you go back, you're like, wow, that was expertly handled. And I think that's why a lot of people missed it on the jury, and why they didn't reward him for being higher. Again, with this rhythmic flexibility and one other element. He, right here, each time he starts these crescendos, he does the most important thing, which actually comes from Horowitz. Mark Salman, one of my teachers, studied directly with Horowitz. So I know a lot of things about Horowitz and about his technique and about his tone production and rhythmic choices and all that the general public doesn't know because it's passed on to me from from Mark Salman. But one of the things he said is it was Horowitz's view that anytime there was a crescendo in the music, it meant first to decrescendo. And then anytime there was a decrescendo, it meant first to crescendo. And the same rule for accelerando and retardando. So if you're getting faster, it means first to slow down. And if you're getting slower, it means first to speed up. And the philosophy behind that is that we hear things more obviously through contrast. So it's very hard to crescendo if we come here on these octaves and we actually, I guess I should back up. Boom, boom, boom. No, I'll start here. Yeah, if we start this at, like, let's say mezzo forte, like, that's really hard to get anywhere. Because then we have to go extreme. But if we play the chord forte and the octaves, let's say even pianissimo for the first 3 or 4, I only have to warm up to a nice mezzo piano or a highly voiced mezzo piano pushing towards mezzo forte, you know. Oh, what is he? I'm sight reading this, my apologies. Okay, so see, so really what's forte is the melody. Chord, chord, and chord. Chord, 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 chord. I do not sing, okay? Don't judge. You probably already did. Let's be honest. So, okay. Anyway, he does this every time. He pulls back, and it makes the crescendo feel more obvious without getting aggressive, which in Chopin, there's very few moments that are aggressive. Maybe, for example, Chopin Second Ballade, you know, something like that, or of course the Fourth Ballade Coda. There's some moments that are truly aggressive. For the most part, I think Chopin has intense moments, but generally speaking, he's round. You know, I mean, he's not rigid. He's warm. There's an elegance to it, almost more of a French feel. I know he's Polish, but you know what I mean. There's like this warm, smooth, crepe-like sound to Chopin. So even in the big stuff, a lot of the time, and he gets that magically well here. See how quiet that was? And then again, takes time. Not completely ununique. I mean, some people do that, of course, here, but you know, some people go right there. You know? So he doesn't have to get super loud because he broadened out. Okay, let me just share a personal insight here. I love how much pedal he used there. And by the way, for all of today, I pulled up the Jan Ekier sheet music. So this is the one that the actual Chopin competition requires. And presumably it's the most accurate. There's a whole debate around that, around the pedalings, and there's a lot of history there I'm not going to get into today. But I really want to name this jury member. I'm not going to, because I just don't want any kickback and any debate and drama. That's not the point. But there was somebody on the jury this year that I have personally studied with. A very big voice in the jury. It's not Garrick Olson. Okay? It's someone else. I'll just rule him out because one of my students studies with Garrick Olson now. After training with me, I prepared him for the audition, and it's becoming more and more common knowledge that association is there. So I'm just saying it's not Garrick because I don't want rumors thinking it's that because of that. So it's not Garrick, but somebody else on the jury. I had multiple lessons with, and I'm somewhat close with. He would have a lot of sway, and he's an absolute tyrant on holding to Chopin's pedal markings. And so if you were to play like what David just did here, where you hold the pedal pretty much the whole time, he would immediately give you a lower score. And it's like what Mark Westcott, one of my teachers, always said, is like, people like that are listening with their eyes instead of their ears. And this is a little bit of why some of these jury decisions happen, is they're so tied to what they're seeing on the page. They cannot see outside of the box. It must be what Chopin wrote. That they don't see the point. Well, what did he actually write, though? A storm of octaves. Certainly sounding like totally dry. That just doesn't work. And even the accents, are they really I don't think so. Pretty sure that's not what Chopin meant. Most likely, he wanted you to keep a strong pulse without slamming it out. And so a sustained sound makes actually sense to use the pedal more. Again, I don't play this piece, so sorry for the wrong notes. But that would be an example of where like you could see it many ways, and maybe all he meant by the pedal is like slightly tailor off the big chord and let the sonority come more from the octaves. You know, so don't, in other words, don't do this and then play light. Maybe that's all he meant. Like, keep your weight in the keys. You know, a lot of people get super fast. It's like, no, come on. That can't be what he meant. That cannot be at all. It's the climax of the entire piece, and we've just built up from this mushy. It's also worth pointing out the accents highlight the harmony. C, G, E, C, G, E, C. So maybe all he's pointing out is like, let the triadic element of this guide your ear and fill up the room, rather than it just be a noodly run. I don't know, there's a lot of ways to look at it, but the point is he did pedal that isn't written, and I know at least this jury member would have said, oh, that's 3 points off, or whatever, for not respecting it. Instead of just being like, what an amazing sonority he just created, he's listening with his eyes instead of his ears. And so I just encourage everyone watching this to think outside the box. Like, don't be so tied to it. Don't let your teacher talk you into that. If you have a teacher who's like that, honestly, I'm sorry, I'm going to get hate for this, but it's time for a new teacher. And I don't mean if you have like an occasional debate where it's like your teacher says, do this, and you're like, well, I want to do it. And it's like, well, okay, go your way. I think you're wrong. I mean, if somebody is consistently rigid and going, no, you must play it this way. There's only one way to do it. Because that's going to kill your artistry. It kills your personal sense of individualism. And if David would have studied with this guy that I'm talking about, this kind of expression wouldn't have been allowed. It would have been cut from him before he even got on stage. And guess what? That's exactly what happened. It was cut. So you either it gets taken out of you before the competition, or it's in the competition and you get cut for it in the competition. And so that's what happened. Everyone's like, why didn't he get a prize? I know exactly why he didn't get a prize. He was too musical. He was too raw. He was too real. He didn't do anything super wacky. He just colored outside the lines a few times, consistently, and got us to actually enjoy and think about music in an individual way that wasn't this clean cookie cutter approach that everyone else was taking. And that caused enough polarity that the people that wanted more of that wanted it like at a Pogorlich level, where they're kind of like, well, you know, it's funny, a lot of people comparing him to him. I don't see the comparison, to be honest. I think Pogorlich is a lot more daring in a lot more ways, a lot more intense and violent in his sound a lot of times. And that's not a knock on either one. They're just different. I would describe David as more powerful, more raw, more real. Well, not more real, more, it's hard to put into words, more round. I would describe Pogorlich as more fiery, more intense, much more like Argerich in that case. And it's no wonder why she loved him so much. So in any case, all back to this, this is really just a challenge for all of you to really consider becoming individual, making risky choices like that, playing around with textures that are not necessarily on the page. Because I'd rather hear what he did than what I see on the page. And don't think for 2 seconds that a composer can't make a mistake. There's times all the time where everyone, Brahms, Liszt, Mozart, Beethoven, they all rewrote their pieces, and Liszt has like 3 and 4 versions of like half of his output. And he changed not just the dynamics, he changed the notes, he changed the structure, the form, rewrote the entire thing, wrote different variations on things he had variations on, turned it into a different medium. Like it was first a theme and variations, then it's an opera transcription, and then it's an etude on the same theme. And so these composers were not so rigid to be like, well, I wrote an accent there and I wrote the pedal. You better follow that exact marking or you don't get the piece. Certainly some styles, Bach, Beethoven, late sonatas, like those kind of fit a little bit, or actually more Beethoven middle sonatas. But those fit a little bit more in a grid, but even there's a lot of room. And certainly in Chopin, there is so much room. Chopin was the player who would sit there and, here I'm monologuing, I should probably look at you guys. Chopin was the player that would sit there and play his same piece like 6 times in a row. And every time the audience would be like, it's wildly different than the last. I didn't even expect half of what he did. In fact, there's one story where he played something twice, and it was like 3 or 4, maybe even 5 minutes into the piece before they realized it was the same piece he had just played. What? That would never happen today. Now, maybe, just maybe, I need to look that up, like for the fuller context, but maybe it was the first time anyone had heard it, right? So we've all heard these things 1,000 times. I don't think you could do anything to the first ballade to stretch the time or add an improvised cadenza or whatever and then have us be like, I didn't realize that was the first ballade. Like, that's probably impossible at this point. So it could have been like a mazurka or a nocturne that maybe he had only played that one time, and then by doing it a second time it was a different tempo with different pedal texture and different dynamics, and he did some cadenzas. Maybe it was like just different enough. They were like, wait, is this new? Yeah, it is. And then they're like, wait a minute, no, this was the same one, right? Probably when it had a more like characteristic tune recognizable. But the point is, like, Chopin was an improviser more than anything. And by the way, one of the things I think every pianist should learn is improvising, even as a classical artist. I interviewed Sean Chen about 2 weeks ago inside my Key Learners Piano Club, and I had him on as a guest. I bring a really top-notch guest artist on every month for every member to enjoy from. And he talked for an hour about improvisation, how important it was in developing his musical creativity, learning to get out of memory slips, learning to be more confident on stage. He attributed all of that to improvising. And he gave us like 14 different things to think about and like a whole system. And by the way, I have that available. So go to the description, you'll be able to see this by the time this video is up. And it's just gonna be a little package of like, you can get all of Sean Chen's notes and my 1.5 hour long interview with him. I personally paid him $500 for that, and you get it for $9. So if you want that, that's there, just throwing that out there. And I will post some samples and clips of it on YouTube as well. So at minimum, look for those. All right, so back to this. Everyone needs to learn that skill. And and one more point on that. I used to improvise about an hour a day back in the day for probably 3 to 4 years. That's definitely a huge part of my creativity. So no one recapped that better than Sean Chen.
My friends, if you have been enjoying this video, make sure to download my free piano progress guide. It's linked in the description and the pinned comment, and you can start seeing greater progress with in-depth insights like this today.
All right, back to here. That's a lot to say based on one pedal marking, but it really, most of these things are not about that one marking. It's this whole discussion of artistry in general and interpretation and why this is happening to the art. Why are sterile performers getting selected? It's because jury members have certain views. And I saw a comment on Instagram like, you think you're smarter than the 17 jury that are world-class pianists or whatever? Well, think of it this way. If they were world-class, why would they be basically asking artists to express themselves less? Now, there's several reasons why some of these people might be considered world-class, because they won a prize. But what if they won a prize by a jury who didn't have a good pair of ears? Then actually, it's not the prize that made them world-class. So just because someone is famous, don't think they're world-class. Separate titles from what you're actually hearing. And there's a lot of jury members I've heard that were on the 2025 or in Van Cliburn or in whatever else in the last 10, 15, 20 years. And I hear they're playing and I go, they can't play half as well as some of the top performers in these competitions. They don't, like, they have the on paper credentials, but they don't seem to have the musical instincts themselves to make these calls. Again, not gonna name names, I'm just here to open the discussion because it needs to be had. The art has been sinking for the last 25 years, more and more, especially in the modern day of technology, people getting distracted and with competitions on the rise and getting streamed and more attention and more applicants every year than the year before. The agenda has changed from what it used to be. It used to be fully artistic, fully individual. Now it's cookie cutter, canned, become like everyone else, sound like everyone else, and just play a little faster and cleaner, and you'll probably win. And that's a problem in my mind. It's ruining artistry. So I'm really glad that David didn't do that. It's worth, he made a little mistake here in the left hand. I could give a crap less. I'm not somebody to matter of mistakes. But another thing that tends to get looked down on is little mistakes like that, which is dumb. Like you might get a 9 out of a 10 just for something like that when you're at a competition like this, and that's really frustrating because Chopin and Liszt would have made that many mistakes. They would have made 5 times more mistakes, and it wouldn't have mattered to them back then. So I think, if nothing else, as amateurs and even as pros, we should be thinking, what really matters? The sound, the tonality, the experience, the expression, or whether or not I got all the right notes. And some people practice in a way where they don't make mistakes because they do everything really sterile and they rehearse it 12,000 times. So it's absolutely without flaw. Yu Chan Lim, for example, practices about 13 hours a day. And he also, I've had friends who have heard him play at multiple locations in Europe, back to back, and they said, as much like the first night I really loved it. It was really surprising. It was a piano concerto, and they're like, it was really fresh and interesting and everything. And then the second night I was bored because I realized every detail without fail, every balance, every pedaling, every rubato, every element of shaping and everything he did was identical to the night before in a different city. So they flew like an hour away and then went to the concert the next day expecting to hear a different result. And I was like, well, that's how he won though. You get that, right? That's how he was that consistent. I wouldn't trade his accuracy for a more raw performance. I would not. And I had nothing against him. Okay, I've listened to that recital, the Liszt etudes back to back. There's a lot of good playing there. I'm not here to argue that he's a bad player or anything. I just want to point out the aesthetics. That when you train to be rehearsed, to be perfect a certain way every time, you are limiting some of that raw organic element to come out. Now he's an exception where he kind of still has both, but he's certainly not boring. That's one thing you can't call him. But that's what I think the key takeaway there is, what one of my coaching clients said is first night was great, second night I was bored. So you're not going to be bored with him on the first night, but does that hold up over time? When you start to realize it's like Zimmerman's ballades, right? You hear them the first time, you're like, there's nothing better. And then you the more you hear them, you go, oh, every single note was rehearsed and probably 217 takes all stitched together. Right? He couldn't do that live. Nobody could. And you start going, oh, but it's so calculated. It's not mechanical, but it's calculated. And it's overthought. And there's some of that rawness of Horowitz. It's just Horowitz is just kind of in a bad mood one day and just... And it's messy and too much rubato and you're just kind of yeah, but I kind of like it. It's kind of wild. And on the other hand, you hear Zimmerman. It's so refined and classy and amazing sound. And you go, I love that. But something about the Horowitz, feeling is also missing. So if nothing else, just think about these things. Be aware. Like, do your crafting, get it the way you want it, but also be willing to change it up and take a risk here and there. Maybe Horowitz took too many risks. Some people don't like him for that reason. You have to respect him, at least. You got to see what he was able to offer. Probably a greater amount of tone control and color than any pianist I've ever heard. And I think that was because he was always experimented. He never settled on, this is the way to play it, and now I'm going to drill it 12,000 times so I never fail or deviate from that. I think that's the wrong agenda. No matter how good the performance is, it's still the wrong agenda. It doesn't match what Chopin wanted. Frankly, it's just not the artistic view in general, right? Like, how is it art if you're just reproducing it? Art is about creation. It's about experimentation. It's about something new. So even when we're playing an old piece that's written 200, 300 years ago, right? We can still play it in a new way. And if we just think this is the way to do it, and I'm going to package it and put it in glass and hang it up and never change it, then we've already missed the point. So, lecture over. Same kind of stuff as before, like the flexibility. These were not all rigid. This he pulled back in the left hand but not in the right hand and stuff like that. So same idea, it's just a lot harder when you have a million notes going on, but he's handling it all incredibly well. A little faster this time, a little more broad that time, to give that sense of fortissimo tenuto. Listen to this. See, he did it again. Look at how expert this was. Keeps the B pretty full, comes down in the left hand, because you can't come down too much, otherwise you don't have any way to go. You've got a long way to go to get quieter here. And in fact, look at the crescendo, it's actually building up to the B, but we can't play louder than that in the left hand or it'll cover the B. So he pulls back, keeps it full, and then lets it fade a little bit, and he plays the G really softly. Because that, again, is the long short principle. Long note expires, has to resolve to the first short note, and then comes back up a little bit. Notice how firm that finger is. Look how straight that looks. I also notice how flat his left hand was and how perched his right hand is. Part of that is because of black key, white key. But it's also for voicing. If you have both flat, it's all the same. If you have one perched, you're going to get more voicing to the top, which is what he wanted. And the reason I pointed out how firm the fingers are is because he doesn't get it by being careful. He gets it by being firm and moving slowly. Because the difference in dynamics is not how much you press. It's how quickly you move, right? If I take this book and I drop it from here, it doesn't even make a sound. Well, there, it made very little. If I drop it from here, it makes a lot of sound. it doesn't weigh more. It didn't put more pressure into the keys. Gravity sped it up, and when you speed up through acceleration, you create a quicker, attack on the keys, and therefore the same amount of weight with a faster speed creates more sound. And so, same amount of weight in the fingers with less speed creates less sound. That's how we can get those more special colors. So, okay, that's a lot. I'm going to definitely speed up through the rest of this. I'm going to take a short bathroom break because I hydrate a lot, and so I can't do all of this in one take. But I'm going to leave the stream running, and just for fun, I'm going to bring up my scherzo number 2. So you can just enjoy that for a minute as I'm in the bathroom. And I would keep playing David, but the whole point is to comment on David's playing, so I don't want to miss any of it. Here is my scherzo. There we go. Be back in a minute. Short break, 1:41. If you want to listen to it, you can look it up. I'm not going to waste time by listening to my own performance. And also, I'm already going for my next round of water, so probably there will be more than one break. Especially given that I'm still going to at least go for another 3-4 hours. So, alright, let's do this. Full desktop, back to here. Alright, so we got through one piece. Etude will go much faster. I'm going to go ahead and pull up that real quick. Round 1, Opus 10. There's always less to say with Opus 10. It's kind of like, do you have some dynamics? Was it clean? Was it a good tempo? Did you get the right notes? I mean, there's just only so much you can say on this piece. But let's get into it. Look at his left hand, how deeply rooted in his keys he is, and how much he keeps dropping his wrists. That is a huge key to a thick sound. If you have high wrists, it always kind of stops your weight from fully going in, and you always get a much thinner sound. Oh dear goodness, it is very cold in here, and I have not warmed up this morning, so I can't play this right now, but... You get this, it's just like not, it feels like it like you're tiptoeing through the water, right? But you always see him doing this. And it doesn't mean he's tense and pushing more. He's just letting everything just flow. Mark Westcott always used to say, like your shirts, the sound is dropping out of your shirt sleeves. And Mark studied with Cecil Gunhart, who personally studied with Busoni, the guy who wrote the Chaconne and all the Bach arrangements. So 4th generation removed from that guy, and he just made gobs of organ-like sound out of the piano. His secret was always that same thing, like dropping as low as you can with the wrists, and then rebounding. So you drop like this low, and you quickly rebound to find a comfort zone middle, but you don't stop it. Because like a golfer, you don't hit the ball and then freeze. You follow through. Baseball swing, you follow through. Bowling, you don't stop the arm, you follow through. Always past the point of throwing the ball, hitting the ball, or whatever, or in this case, touching the bottom of the key, you go past that, and then you come back to follow through. So you can make this massive sound with very little effort by doing this. Dear goodness. Maybe someday. I was absolutely not going to do that one if I got in. I was going to do the Winter Wind, which I can play fairly well. I brought a lot of drama to it, but admittedly at least 3 to 4 clicks slower than most people play it. It's really hard to get the right amount of fire and get the speed. It's kind of a trade-off. It's one or the other. Anyway. Alright, back to this. Oh, also, even in the right hand, he's quite low in the wrist. Which is very optimal. Comes down for the A minor. It's really nice. Where the heck are we? I totally got lost. So again, here's an example. I don't mind him getting quieter on the A major. That's an example of where you would see certain jury members going, nope, that's bigger, you lost it, right? Like he resolved in that B flat to A major, or B augmented sixth to A major. Not a problem with me. Probably Chopin would have mixed it up here and there. And again, it's like, it's a stream of 16th notes. There's only so much you can do, so it's kind of like get louder or get quieter. With a few tonal shapes and colors in there, but this is one of the hardest etudes to actually sound musical in. A lot of people do this, so this isn't anything like highly special, but like just the amount of time he waited to place those top Bs. And here, you know, that delay creates the suspense, which adds to the drama. Loved that detail there of pausing, because how many measures in this piece have a chord change? Not just another chord or note, but an actual chord change on the 4th beat. Like almost nowhere, right? Here we have a 4th beat note, but not a chord change. And even there he took time. So that's a detail a lot of people overlook. Especially the note eaters that are playing these things at even faster tempos. I mean, there's nothing wrong with David's tempo. It's incredibly good. But let's see. Right here, different harmony. So he really places himself on that. And lets us really enjoy that harmony. Not everybody does that. That's another example of like, see how he's just subtle in everything? He's subtle in his timing. He's subtle in his voicing. He's subtle in his shaping. He is subtle in just every single nuance that he brings to this competition. And again, I said it earlier, but that is why I think he got missed. Because everything is good. Everything is there. Everything is polished. But it's all pretty subtle. Like, in my opinion, I'm like, I would have loved if he did 20% more there, you know? It's almost like, I don't feel like he was uncommitted to his playing. but maybe he's just not at that point, or maybe it's not his personality to go to the extreme. Because he could, and he wouldn't be faulted for it. And I think maybe the people that were like just this close to liking him would have liked him even more if he had gone 10% more. Because that's where I'm at. I'm like, I like him. He's not a bad player, nothing I didn't like. I just wish he would have dared to go a little further with a lot of his ideas. Like the same thing, just 10% more. And that would have probably not gotten him any less points. Like the people that are already pedantic and say you can't pedal for the whole measure, they would have already scored him down anyway. So I don't think it would have hurt him to go a little more extreme. And then maybe the people that were like, oh, he's pretty good, but like, yeah, we can go with or without him. Then if they would have heard that, they might have gone, actually no, that was truly special. I love that he just goes for it. So would it have changed the result? I don't know. And does he need to play that way? No, actually. I mean, for me, this is enough. He's offering plenty. And I know if I heard this live, I would have been like, dang, it's great, There's a lot of pianists I hear live, especially competition winners. And I mean, I've heard at least 30 or 40 top-level industry professionals. Long, Yusha Wang, Valentin Lisitsa, whatever. Eugene Bronfman, Boris Berman. I've heard them all play live. I've met most of them. And so much of the time, I can't understand what they're trying to communicate. They sound mushy, they play too fast, it's not super clear in the hall what they're doing. So many issues all around, messy pedaling and all that. And like this kind of stuff I'm talking about today, they typically don't have. Like these huge Emmanuel Axe or whatever. And one of the only pianists I've heard who is as good, if not even better, live than on the recordings is Garrett Colson. I've heard him live 3 times in concerto and solo recital settings. And oh my goodness, those concerts were unforgettable. I was literally in tears twice hearing his Brahms second piano concerto in the middle movement, the slow movement. And I thought, my goodness, like, why am I crying? This shouldn't be happening right now. It rarely happens to me. And the tonal control, the projection, the clarity, everything was off the charts. Whether it was that, the Chopin, or whatever. He was really extraordinary and had imagination and subtlety and all those things. Most pianists don't have that when you hear them live. And I know David would, because the quality of his sound is coming through at such a level. I know it would still be that way in a big hall. So, because his projection is there. He always projects his sound. Many pianists hide on the surface of the key and do not project their sound, which is an old school tradition to do that. I mean, if you look at Hoffman, Courteau, Rubinstein, Rachmaninoff, Horowitz, the generation before them. What's that guy's name? Well, there's George Bollett, but before that, there's this guy with a B in his name. Anyway, a lot of these pianists were taught to play at the bottom of the key and to play with low wrists and to play with a big thick tone and use gravity to their favor and to not hide and skitter the tops of the keys. It's a modern tradition. It's definitely something that's more new. Really glad that David is beating that. Probably, if this high even, probably 1 in 10 top professionals today play like this. Seriously. I've heard too many totally wash out in a hall because of this technical foundation that isn't there. And it's like they sound okay on recordings in a studio because the mic is 2 feet away. But I can hear the difference. Even when I go, okay, I heard the notes, but it's still very thin. This does not sound thin over a mic. So I know in a real hall it would actually sound great. Really nice. I think he made like one mistake in this last run or something, and one or two in the rest of the piece. Like, there's a lot of people that actually play up to 4 or 5 mistakes in this etude and still get passed on to the next round. So luckily the jury's often pretty forgiving with this one, relatively. I mean, if you make a mistake on every other note, you aren't getting in, obviously. But anyone who plays 10 number 1 or 10 number 2, major props. Like, it's such a risky, bold move to do that, honestly. Because it's so easy to just not feel confident. I've performed 10 number 1 in the past. I had one successful performance of it ever. It's, for me, the most inconsistent etude. One day I fly through it and I'm like, great, how did that happen? But that's like the exception. That's the one where it's like, I'm surprised it went well. And then most of the time it's like, oh, it didn't go well again. Okay, no wonder. So, bold one.
My friends, if you have been enjoying this video, make sure to download my free piano progress guide. It's linked in the description and the pinned comment, and you can start seeing greater progress with in-depth insights like this today.
All right, so let's get into this. Now again, the discussion of mistakes. He made several in this piece, and one right off the get-go, which again, it's just gonna like, I'm actually surprised he made it to round 2. I think he had just enough. They were like, well, we can't not include him. But there are a lot of people that would have stopped him from getting into round 2 simply because of these mistakes. So I'm glad he got his fair share. Like, say what you want about the winners and the prizes and all that structure and all the drama. I'm not gonna comment on that. At least this guy got to the final round. Right? Like, we got to enjoy his full program. We got to hear everything he had to offer. He got what he earned, for sure. And honestly, history will probably remember him more than most, if not all, of the prize winners. I mean, how many people are making 6-hour videos on Eric Liu right now? I mean, maybe they are, but I feel like there's just, whether it's a 1-minute short or a video like this or a speculation video or a competition drama video, I feel like there's a lot more content media coming out around David than there is around any of the other prize medalists. So that's why I wanted to make this, because it finally, I've been wanting to talk about these things for years, and it just finally seemed like the right opportunity to just dive in and just go all in this, because more and more people are waking up to the need for this kind of education and this kind of training, and just how we listen, how we practice, and all that. So anyway, here we go. My favorite waltz. I have to say, just right there, that's 10 out of 10. You probably missed it, but this is actually the key to playing with greatness. the jowls. You see actually a lot of great pianists do that. No joke, I wanted to do a compilation video where you just see like Eupheme Bronfman and like all these different big players at like big passionate moments or like a thick tone, and they do that head shake thing. It's hilarious. Watch this first note. Every time when you see it gets me every time. All right, anyway. Right there. I think he did like, I don't know, he's something right in that first chord. Might have been a little nervous. Also, going from like a flurry of arpeggios to just chords and a new style can be pretty hard. So could just be a little shaky, but he got into it, worked out. And right there, he went, or he did like F natural instead of E flat. So those are the kind of things that I think probably, like looking back in the final round, the judges might have been like, all right, it's a close call. What do we do? Well, let's look back at his first round. And I know they rate each round individually, but here, okay. Ooh, I do need to go here. All right, I'm gonna say this as carefully as I can. There's rules that the jury are supposed to follow. And they do, on paper. There are also a lot of workarounds to those rules. One of them being, of course, the elephant in the room. Some members of the finalists, all of them, had connections to the jury. He did not. David did not. Okay, so they say you can't vote for your own student, and they didn't. In other competitions, I'm not going to talk about this year, I have personal connections and personal stories to share from the backstage of things that have happened in the past in other competitions that are of international caliber where this happens. And I'll share a story without naming names or saying what competition it was, but it was one of the top 5. So in the ballpark, Chopin, Clyburn, Leeds, Tchaikovsky, Rubinstein, it was one of those 5 is all I'm going to say. One of the winners actually got second place because it was clear that she was not good enough to get first. It would have been an outright scandal if they had given this person a first place prize. And this, by the way, it's somewhere in the last 25 years. So I've really made it too wide for you to figure out on purpose because I don't want anyone to just come after me, right? I'm friends with this person who this happened to. Not the one who did this. I'm friends with somebody who was in the finals and blah, blah, blah. Okay, so this person was not good enough to even be in the competition. They personally paid multiple members in the jury over $1,000 to get passed on to get into the competition in the first place. And then when they were in the last round, before the last round, they paid even more to say, okay, guarantee that I get in the finals, no matter how I play. And I think it was something like 6 of the jury members all took the bribe. So they had to then get creative with how to rewrite the rules. And they couldn't actually change the rules on paper because they had to get scores and all this stuff, right? So what they ended up doing is just rating a lot of other people less. It's like, okay. So they're like, well, we can't give you, let's say it's out of 15 points. Well, we can't give you 14 out of 15. That would you didn't play that well, And the jury knew it. They know that we can't do that. So we're going to give you a 9 out of 15. That means we need to give everyone else an 8 out of 15 so you will actually be put ahead. And so everybody got low scores. And it was super weird. And everybody was like, what is going on? Now, it wasn't as obvious to the public because it wasn't really common knowledge. And I don't know if they actually released the scores publicly. I saw them privately from my friend. But it was like, yeah, no way these people got 8s and 7s out of 15 or whatever. I don't remember the exact numbers. Okay, and so what happened is this person got a second place prize because it would have been too obvious as a first. But they still got second. They still got a pretty big prize out of that, and the fact that this person beat out several others who were endlessly more qualified. That does happen, unfortunately. So I share that because I'm not saying that happens at every competition. I genuinely don't believe it does, but it can. And the fact that it happened once in one of the top 5 definitely means it could happen again. And so there's that. And then there's also workarounds of if you can just vote other people lower and start making up things you didn't like, that's all it takes. So if you have a friend or you want your student to win, you don't vote on your student, but you rate everyone else lower. It's that simple. And then it's more likely that your student by the other jury members will get voted high enough to win. Mark Westcott and Santiago Rodriguez, 2 of my teachers, were in the Tchaikovsky competition the same year. I think it was back in the 70s. It's been forever. And they were both given scores of 0 from the Russian jury because of the political tensions between the US and Russia at the time. And even though Van Cliburn had won it and supposedly bridged this gap, there was a bias towards Americans. So Rodriguez and Mark Westcott and 2 others were all there from the US. They all got scores of 0. Obviously, nobody is that bad that they deserve a 0 score. That was a purely political move. I can talk about that and name that openly because it's been 60 years and who's going to look up who was on the jury and all. I don't even remember what year it was. Right, but that happened. The other half of the jury gave Mark Westcott a maximum score, but it was just enough that he didn't even make it to the round 2. And then Santiago Rodriguez, I think, made it to round 2 barely, but then didn't make it to 3. And so it's like both of these top level artists who each have a Clyburn medal and each have top gold prizes in other big competitions, both of them didn't make it to the second and third round of the Tchaikovsky competition, when either one of them could have won it that year easily. And so it's just weird. What kind of stuff we think, oh, it's all just skill and it's all this, and no, there's other factors. There's political biases, there's student issues, there's people paying off jury members, and as much as I wish it weren't this, it does happen. So we're an hour and a half into the video. I think I can talk about this. I didn't want to like come out and say this at the beginning. It's like, that's not the point of this video. The point of this whole video is just to talk about artistry and what we could all do better. I did need to bring this into it though, because when we're looking at artistry within a competition, we have to understand that's not the only thing that is being factored. And I don't know what happened this year. Nobody seems to like the results, myself included, at least completely. I kind of see how they went, and I mostly agree with a lot of them. But that said, it's still, there was some weird stuff going on, without a doubt. And I don't have the personal connections to this year, to these people that I could to know what's going on, except for one of the jury outside of Garrick. So I know 2 of them personally, and I don't know, we'll see what happens. But it's done, it's decided, and so because this happened, I want to point out the fact that you're supposed to rate, this is how I got on this tangent, you're supposed to rate each person for each round. So a lot of people are saying about David, well, his 4th round wasn't as solid as his 1st and 2nd. Credit, true, and they're weighted more, right? So it's like, I can't remember what it was, 10% for the 1st round and 20 or 25% for the 2nd round or something, and it's like way more percentage that goes into your final result. But here's the thing. What's stopping a jury member from coloring outside the lines? They're in round 4. And you can't change the scores of previous rounds, but you can change your opinion on previous rounds. So what's stopping them from going, it's a close call, and I've got a friend who's got somebody, a friend of mine on the jury has a student here, and we have kind of this agreed upon relationship. We're gonna make sure that student gets at least, 1st prize, 2nd prize, 3rd, 4th, whatever, one of the main prizes, or the Polonaise prize, or whatever. And then we go, well, we now need to find reasons we don't like whoever isn't that person we want to select. So let's go back to round 1 and 2 to start thinking of things and go, oh, well, actually, in retrospect, yeah, he made some wrong notes right at the beginning of his waltz. Yeah, okay, so David, we're going to write lower. And then they can say a comment like sloppy or inaccurate, and they don't have to give measure numbers. They might, but they don't have to. So you're a jury. You can say whatever you want. I've been in 30 competitions myself. I've gotten feedback from probably, I don't know, some of them had 1 jury, some of them had 20 jury. Like, it just depends. So I've gotten a lot of feedback from juries, and some of them are just like, bad playing. Literally, that is the comment you get. You're like, oh, great, thank you for the help. And then you other people like, hey, I appreciated this, this, and this. Here's why I didn't move you forward, because I would like to see these elements of your playing, crafted out, and here's these measure numbers, and it's like 2 pages on like 1 minuet of your Bach partita. You're like, amazing. Like, I just got a full piano lesson. And like, that's the range of experience I've had, and that's not even at like the Chopin level. That's just like local and international competitions in the US. So, all that to say, I think some of probably what happened is they had decided that David couldn't be a prize medalist because there's too many connections going on, and they had to basically decided who they wanted to be the prize medalists. I'm being really careful here. Some people on the jury decided some of that. It wasn't all planned. It wasn't like this big, thing. But I think there was just enough of that going on that they're like, we can't afford to give David a medal because there's too many other people we have to give a medal. And so let's go back and let's start nitpicking things we didn't like. And then they can just simply say in the 4th round, it's a little sloppy. And they're really thinking, well, his waltz was sloppy in round 1. See what I mean? Like, this is how, like, yes, there's rules. You can't vote for your own student. You have to rate the rounds separately. But in reality, if you want a certain result to happen, you're gonna figure out how to color outside the lines. And this is why there are so many jury, because, you know, if you just have one person, anybody can do something really weird. The more jury you have, the harder that is to fake. So you have to also respect it and say, well, that's the decision they made collectively, and certainly not everyone conspired. And then they have, you know, the jury aren't supposed to talk. A few of them are personal friends. Who's to say they weren't texting throughout the whole competition, going, what do you think? Like, they're not supposed to, but, like, is that really monitored? I don't know. So, anyway, back to this. Let's just enjoy the music. I wish these discussions didn't have to be had, but they're part of our industry, and they're part of why some of the best people, the most honest people, don't get in, like myself. In David's case, he got in, but he wasn't given the prize he deserved, you know, so anyway. Thick tone, confident. Love that lightness of the trill. Again, really subtle, but that's something Mark Westcott talked about. When you have like the highest note of a passage, just taking a little time right here and getting quieter. A lot of people go blast out their top notes, but he's careful, which gives it this elegance and like rounds off the corners, because high notes naturally stick out. So he goes against that and just makes it a lot more creamy and buttery. Really nice playing. Okay, like, oh, again, the king of subtlety. I should just call this video David Khrikuli, the king of subtlety. It rhymes. Khrikuli subtlety. I don't think that would get very many clicks. I don't know what I'm going to call it yet, but anyway. All right, so the trills were just off the charts good, where you don't really hear all of them like in a nose hair cutting sensation, you know, but you still heard them. It's like this little bird chirp. So incredibly fast and yet still so characteristic and hard to describe. And what I really liked is the subtlety of the second time, where there's the 16th note, 16th rest, whereas the first time it's 8th notes. So if you go back and listen, he starts these trills earlier because they blend from the before. Almost like before the beat. And then these ones, he plays the D flat a little faster and cuts it short so that he can get to this earlier, which makes the gap more obvious. Instead of, he goes almost as if this was a 16th note and that's a 16th note and it's an 8th rest. It's not that far, but that's what he leans toward. And that allows that little bit of space to be there. So again, that's what I mean by subtlety. Like, you might not have even noticed that, but you go back and you're like, wow, he didn't miss a detail anywhere. Listen to this. Smooth. Continuous. Space. I mean, it's clear as day. When you listen for it, you're like, wow, he got that. Like, the smallest details of the score he got. That's why he did get at least round 2, because there's enough of that in his playing. Like, even the worst jury must have noticed that. That is top-notch mastery of touch and detail and precision. And it doesn't necessarily come across as like this overly technical thing, but in order to do that, you have to have mastery of your technique. You don't get those subtleties without having total nuance of touch. And a lot of people are like, oh, but you know, this person's etude wasn't as clean or fast as that person's etude. It's like, that's like 20% of technique. The other 80% is this kind of stuff, where it's like, how well do you voice, and how clearly can you create a rest and a space in your line, and that sort of thing, which David is just absolutely flawless at. So yeah, goes without saying. subtle. He brings in a little more of that A, B flat. Has a counter line the second time only. The first time it was not that much. So creating a little interest. Without a doubt, lighter the second time and more emphasis on this little left hand tune. I'm messing up the inversions, but like I noticed that more. So again, subtly changing. This is the kind of stuff everyone should have. You should always be looking for ways to do new things, especially on repeats. You can't like add ornaments like in Baroque stuff, right? But you can do things like what he did. Bring in a little bit of left-hand line, bring in a little bit more shaping, slightly change your touch. All of those things are magical and really, really add a lot to the performance. Keeps this line going. There's a lot of people that get really fake here and just like take so much time. You know, and like overly turn it into this sappy thing, but he keeps the heat and the heart of the moment there. Keeps it drilling. And yes, he comes down to end the phrase, but he keeps it like more moving forward in the tempo and doesn't lose the energy. He's saving that for the middle section. So like the pacing and the awareness of structure on the small phrase structure as well as the big large form is always there in his playing. See, true contrast now. That would not have had that effect had he came down too much in the previous phrases. So same thing, like at the top he takes time and then he starts to speed up because that's like phrase structure, right? It's all sort of building to that. And then it starts to melt away. And then restarts a new phrase. And he just paces that so well. Wait. And like each time it's taking a little more time. He's moving through it so it doesn't die. And then letting it breathe before the new phrase. That's how you show phrase structure. Like, it's not just enough to know, oh, it's a 4-bar phrase. Well, great, if you know that in your head, but if the audience doesn't hear that structure through your timing, through your dynamics, then it's as if you didn't know it at all. And he's really clear about showing that, making it really, really clean, easy to listen to. Again, like so subtle. Actually, Long Long does this quite well in his live in Vienna. Same waltz. Where it's like, it's so Spanish sounding, isn't it? Oh, love that. The G flat over the F. But he makes it really warm and wet. And then on the second one, when it's just a single note, he does less pedal and does more of a staccato. Which is really nice because you have 3 notes in the right hand, which is thick, so you need more support from the left. And then you need less support here. there's that like outburst. We'll see how he handles that. But that's an example of it's not the balance between melody and accompaniment isn't always just volume. Balance can easily be texture too with like the articulation, or in this case the pedaling. Maybe he was playing staccato the whole time, but because he was holding the pedal, it didn't sound like it. And by thinning it out, he lets the melody come out more, and he kind of speeds it up to kind of give it more of that dance and that perpetual motion. So let's go back to that moment, because I really want all of you to hear that nuance and enjoy it. Here, right here. So wet. Now listen. But see, it's not just a lights on, lights off thing. He starts to add a little more pedal on the third bar. Right here. Because look, we go one note, then we go to two, double notes, and then we go back to three. So he's blending it. It's like full pedal here, no pedal, some pedal, back to full pedal. Like, that's genius. No better way to show the texture than to do different nuances of pedal there. And he gets that. That's what I mean by like, what we see on the page is like, pedal all the time. But does that really show like how the piece is actually being written? I argue it doesn't. And you could say, well, are you saying Chopin is wrong? Absolutely. There's a famous story about the waltzes where before printing them, he was asked by the publisher to put pedal markings in, and he hadn't done it. And he said, no, I don't want to do that. Like, a good pianist is going to know how to add their own pedal. And they said, well, we're marketing these, I'm summarizing basically, but they're like, we're marketing these to amateurs, right, who don't have the education to know how to pedal. So if you don't put pedals, we won't publish them. And Chopin in this basically like rage fury thing was like, not even rage, just kind of like bratty attitude of like, fine, I'll give you what you want. He famously went through every waltz and wrote pedal down on beat 1, pedal up on beat 3. On every measure of every waltz. So here's your pedal markings. He did it in like 2 minutes or whatever, by hand, obviously. And then they're like, okay, we'll publish it now. Because they didn't care what he wrote, they just needed it in there. And so, like, look this story up, you can find it. And by the way, I don't know if I have it on me right now. Somewhere on my shelf, maybe, which is under there. Okay, I'm not seeing it. Chopin, Pianist and Teacher is a book everybody should have. And while we're on that, let me quickly pull something up, a resource that all of you should have that's free. It's my free piano guide. And I probably should have mentioned this like 2 minutes into the video, not 2 hours into the video. But in the guide right here, I actually talk about this book. Right here, as seen by his pupils, and this is not an affiliate link, it's just a link to Amazon so you can all get it. I talk about Chopin's strategies of how he developed melodic sound and all sorts of things. This guide is crazy. It's like my entire career wrapped up into one thing. It talks about my story, why I wrote it, why I made this, what my mission is for all of you, why I'm credentialed to teach you, which I need to update this because this is significantly, yeah, that's a year old. Anyway, I am working on my 3rd revision of this guide now, so if you are watching this in a few months or years, it'll still be available, but it might look different. So anyway, I break down all sorts of different things: rhythm, pitch, fingering, practice tips, technical elements, balance, and I have tons of visuals and even videos you can click on, as well as tons and tons of testimonials of my students that have used these exact strategies and the results they got from them. So you can have full confidence. These are not just like some random ideas. Shares my story of, doing the Rite of Spring transcription for solo piano, and all sorts of crazy stuff. Talks about Mark Salman's connection to Horowitz, I mentioned earlier, what he learned from him, things on hand position, and on, I spent so much time on this guide. It's absurd what I did. So, and I make it for free. I mean, easily could charge $100 for this if I marketed it right. But I don't want to, because over 2,000 people have downloaded it already as of right now. Actually closer to, we're going on 3,000 now. I have a little online stat that keeps the records of when they go to it and everything. So my goal is for every pianist in the world to have that guide. if nothing else, if they never come to me for anything else, if they never buy one of my courses, if they never watch one of my YouTube videos, I just want that out there because I want this level of education available for free for everyone. I want to see an entire generation of pianists thinking on a new level, feeling on a new level, hearing on a new level, playing on a new level, and that guide is a huge part of that. It's a huge part of what's going to start that. So in any case, go download that, but also get Chopin's book. Well, it's not his book, but it tells a lot of these stories of things. I mean, everyone should just have a copy of that on their shelf, which I do, and I just don't know which shelf. I have 6 shelves of books. So, anyway, okay, let's keep going. I'm gonna it's so much repeat. I'm just gonna skip ahead a minute because we got a lot of material to cover through today. Okay, already some things again on timing, how I said earlier. And let me just put it this way. If I were to change one thing about modern day piano playing, if I could just snap a finger like Thanos, and overnight everybody plays differently, it would just simply be giving everyone the ability to bend rhythm in a believable way. To bend rhythm in a way that still feels like the structure is there, but it feels not rigid and cemented in this like beat heavy thing. Because like what David just did right there is why he sounded round and musical. It's not his shaping, it's not his tone production. I mean, it might be a little bit of that, but like right here, when he goes like this, he pauses on the downbeat right here. And then he creates momentum. And it's not 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It's pause, rush through 2 and 3, and then play 1, 2, 3 on the next measure a little more even. So like something like that. And that creates momentum because they're not all even. So, and then same thing, pause on the D natural. And so on and so forth. And that is, again, subtle. He could have done it more, but it was great. And that's what most people are missing in their playing, is that rhythmic flexibility. Oh, went too far back. Right here. Even more. Okay, now this section is about as well as I have ever heard it played. It's light. It's shaped. You've got tailor-made stuff, and when he wraps this corner here, he really rounds that nicely in the shaping and the timing. There's like little bits of subtlety everywhere, and it's just really pleasing. Listen to this touch. Masterful. Okay, so like right there too, where he does a little bit more pause, more reflection because of the half diminished harmony. Right there. So it's like there's no moment in this whole section that is that special. No matter what the melody is doing. See, because we have major. Like it's a minor chord, but it's like sort of a major sound. Now we have half diminished. And he gets that by slowing down, using more pedal, and playing a little quieter. And it's like a totally different tonal world. And that shows us the difference between the B flat minor 7 harmony. I guess there's no A flat in there, is there? So I guess just B flat minor. And then B flat half diminished 7. See, theory is not head knowledge. Knowing theory gives you the ability to have moments like that when you're playing straightforward. Because you hear it differently. You go, oh yeah, half diminished chord. That's a special chord. I need to do something here. Most people, if they study theory at all, they just nerd out, and especially jazzers will go like, oh yeah, it's a B flat, flat 9, 13, add 6, do this, do that, suspend this, you know, and that's it. They just bunch of fluff, and they go, oh, this is so cool. It's kind of cool, but it's almost like they're not even listening to it. They're just like, how interesting can I make this? And how crunchy can I make it? How many tritone substitutions can I add? And then classical musicians are like that. I don't see any need for that because I play classical and the notes are written for me, so I don't have to know harmony. Both are wrong, okay? Jazzers should know harmony, of course, to improvise, but ultimately to feel it, to experience it in a new way. Classical musicians, the same thing. And I talk about this in my guide, by the way. Why most people learn the theory the wrong way, or not at all. Either one's the wrong agenda. And how we really need to experience it. We need to feel the difference between minor and major. Because there is emotional extremes to these things. And when we can hear that, we're going to play differently, like David does here, in this half diminished chord. It actually affects your timing and many other qualities. So without knowing it, you can't be that sensitive musically because you don't know what to look for. Right? Wait for it. Right here. See that? Butter. Butter. Right there, that rubato, he didn't just feel like taking more time, it breaks the pattern. We've been hearing scales like for like 500 years, and then all of a sudden he does these little minor thirds, or breaks, well, the first one is, and he breaks the pattern. And so to show that, David takes time. After you've shown the change, you don't need to do it every time. Wouldn't this sound awful? So again, this is why he is expertly crafted and subtle, because he did it the first time and only a little bit, but not the second and third and fourth time, because there wasn't need for it those times. So exactly how it should be. It's so weird how he manages to ride this balance between authenticity and cookie cutter. So it's like technically he should have had everything that he needed to have to win this, but whatever. I've talked plenty on that today. Again, staccato the first time, he came off. Legato the second time, he left it. Like, those are the kind of details many pianists miss, and he did not. that isn't the Chopin-like touch we all read about, I don't know what is. Like, that was velvety, it was pure, it was clean. I would take that any day over this thin, glib, utterly articulate sound. That is what it should be. It's warm and it's clean. And it maybe doesn't sound as like produced as we're used to hearing with other people, but it's just so much more musical, so much more interesting to listen to, and just artistically pleasing. So,
My friends, if you have been enjoying this video, make sure to download my free piano progress guide. It's linked in the description and the pinned comment, and you can start seeing greater progress with in-depth insights like this today.
all right. Oh dear. Well, it's been about another hour. I need another bathroom break. So I'm going to go back to my scherzo number 2. We're coming back to the Fantasy in F minor after this. It feels like a sports commentary, like, and we'll be back after the break, or something like that, right? But that's what we're doing. So this is going to be a big one. Honestly, the way this video is going so far, I'm probably only going to get through the first 2 rounds and not even touch 3 and 4. Because I really want to I enjoy taking my time. I think you are too. If you're still here, you obviously are getting something from this. Nobody's going to be listening 2 hours in, unless you just randomly click to this part. But, all right, so we're coming back to the fantasy. For now, let me set you up with a little bit more of the scherzo. That's my favorite part. Anyway, that is the very passage that got me into playing piano. Literally. It was a quick story on that, because we're just hanging out today, aren't we? My mom listened to that in the womb, the second scherzo. She was not a pianist. She didn't know it was that piece until many years later when we discovered this together. she listened to it, as she said, probably over 1,000 times, because on average it was about 3 to 5 times a day, every day the whole pregnancy. So at minimum, at least a couple hundred, several hundred, right? And that was her favorite album. She had this one album of Chopin. Just played the whole thing over and over. Finish it, go back to the beginning. And then as soon as I was born, she didn't think to carry the music into the nursery. So she stopped listening to it. And she never thought anything about it. But she said I was always like really whiny and fussy, and I mean, a lot of babies are, of course, but she's like, she couldn't figure out why. And years later, it occurred to her and to me that it was probably because I lost my music. Which, if that's not an argument for women's rights, abortion, all this kind of stuff, okay, like I don't want to turn this political, but let's think about this for a second. I had my own needs for that too, inside of her, and neither one of us understood that. It's really fascinating to me that even at an early stage, now she did play it all the way until I was born, essentially, but even at the early stages, like that was developing something in me, a love for music, specifically of Chopin, which is why this competition means so much to me, why I wanted to do it my whole life. It's really interesting to me that I think that's where my music gifting came from, because, well, it came from God, is what I believe. I truly do. But it was fostered in that way. There's a spiritual and there's a practical level to everything, in my opinion. And I really believe that it was her listening to it really that fostered those things. And so we had this magical moment. I was 12. I hadn't quite, no, was I 11? No, yeah, I was 12. I had just started the piano a couple months before. I obviously wasn't playing that repertoire yet, but I had none other than the same Chopin album that she listened to, and she just had it in a box, and just so it's like now that I was playing, she pulled it out and go, oh, you might enjoy this. And so I listened to it and I'm like, wow, I love this. And we get to the scherzo too, and she's like, yeah, I loved this one. This and the Polonaise Opus 53 were her two favorites. And so she's like, yeah, I love this whole album. I played it 100,000 times or whatever. And I go, okay, cool. And none of it really sounded familiar to me for whatever reason. And yet this one, we get to the E major part of the scherzo. With this, I no kid you, I cannot describe it. The biggest wave of nostalgia hits me like I've never felt anything in my entire life. Not like it was stronger than a memory that actually happened in real life. It was as if like I had done something the day before and somehow been asleep through it, and somebody just reminded me that it happens, and I'm like, oh well, of course it happened. I just somehow don't remember actually doing it. Like I literally can't put it to words. And I said, I've heard this before. And my mom's like, well, not in a long time. And I was like, what do you mean? She's like, well, I listened to this. And this is when she told me the story. And that's when it hit both of us that, oh my gosh, I was already developing a love for music before I was born. Because she didn't play it for 12 years until after that. And so it was familiar to me. It was so ingrained within my soul that 12 years later, I recognized it. Like, do what you want with that, okay? Again, I don't want to turn this political, but there's as much proof as you need that babies do have a heart and a brain and emotions and everything before they're born, okay? So, to the day I die, I will be pro-life. And not only for that reason. There's 100 reasons. Another story of Beethoven, right? Like, he had all these medical diseases, and it's like, oh yeah, it's going to be better for the mom and the baby for him to not come out. And yet we would not have had Beethoven. And yeah, he was deaf, and yeah, he had problems because of his early infancy and other factors. But does that mean we just don't give a baby life? Like that's absurd. Not gonna go any further than that on that. But anyway, that's my story, and that I'll never forget it, because to this day I still think, why do I even play? Like, what is the point of any of this? Why are we discussing interpretation? Why are we discussing pedaling and balance and all this? And yet something rings within my soul at the deep level where I hear this stuff and I go, when I hear it played a certain way, that warms me up. That invites me into an experience. When I hear it played another certain way, where it's sterile and dry, I just go, I don't even like that. And I go, well, wait, it's the same notes. But this is why interpretation is so meaningful to me, why it matters. Because if the music doesn't bring life, in my opinion, it's not worth being there at all. And a lot of people are playing in a way that doesn't bring life. So take it or leave it, right? But that's my view. That's why I do this. At least part of why. There's other reasons. I really believe music is a reflection of God. I believe it is a spiritual experience. I don't think it's just a technical, like, oh, well, we can measure it and it's sound waves. And sure, all of that's there. I love science. I study brain science all the time. I study sound waves. I studied recording engineering. I studied composition. All of those things in college. I love all that. I'll nerd out for hours and hours and days and weeks on all of the practical, scientific, physical side of things. I also think you can't separate that from the spiritual side of things, which is that there is like almost a living, breathing organism. Sound is life. And so if we can craft sound in a different way, we are bringing life. I really, truly believe that. So anyway, let's go a little less metaphysical. It's YouTube, right? Like, half of you don't know me. I think if you want to discuss these things, come to my piano club. There's like 70 people in there. That we get a lot more into these types of things when the time is right, when it feels appropriate, when people are curious about that. And then we can have those fun discussions and even debates. I'm not above going back and forth with people and stuff like this. But for the purpose of today, educational. So let's get back on track here. All right. F minor, Fantasy. Crazy piece. Bold choice. To not do a ballade or a scherzo. This is probably the hardest piece he could have picked. So I'm going to let this play out because I want a quick snack. I'm going to be munching on a carrot here and mute myself so it doesn't distract you. Let's just play through, I don't know, 2-3 pages at least, maybe more. I want to like kind of treat this one, instead of like detail by detail, I want to treat it more section by section and reflect on like what ties it together. Because the Fantasy is a piece that has to hold together. It's long, there's a lot of notes, there's a lot of textures, there's a lot of tempos, and most people just completely have no idea what to do with it. Not the case with David. So let's get into it. Notice the different tone colors, bass and top, totally different. So you hear the poetry of it. Time delay for the harmony change. Sun is coming out. Really bright. want to say a few things, please. Just his pacing, the way, so it's like the same A-B call and response, or whatever you want to call it, phrase structure 4 times, then we reach a climax. Each one going a little bit bigger, taking a little bit time in different places, and then finally reaching this culmination. Like the way he built that, it was believable, it was clear, it wasn't boring, and the tempo was really solid. Not super fast, he gets the grave feeling, the weight of it, but without going super slow. Some people take this so slow, it's like half a mile, before you even get to the second page, and you're like, no. He moves through it nicely without being comical. And what I really like is one of the details he does is often when he goes for a high note, I mentioned this maybe in his nocturne, but like he doesn't just smack it out. He actually backs away from a lot of the high notes. So like here, right at the beginning, he comes down there. And it almost looks on the page like, well, it's supposed to be louder here so that you can come down. But who's to say you can't come down after coming down, right? So and less, and then expire. That in fact sets up this echo thing better, and he just does that really nicely. And then right here, a lot of people would go toward that, and you could say, oh, well, they phrased it so well because they go up and they go down and the end of the phrase is clear. But it's more elegant to not smack out the top as he does here. I'm going to back up 2 seconds. See if we can find that. Oh, I went too far. You get the idea. Actually, maybe this time. Yeah, right here. Less. See? And then he just does super, again, firm fingers, very tender, so the resolution is even more controlled. It's just masterfully crafted playing here. Oh, that was the second time. It's fine. Same thing. Okay, again, like his sense of rhythm and flexibility, but also structure is just outstanding. So like here, he takes a lot of time. Well, wait, no, I guess it was, yeah, it was before the second one, but it's fuller. And then the second time, he waits for it, and new color. That's the kind of stuff a lot of people miss, because it's like on paper, don't they look the same? It's the same chord. So you get a lot of people like just sort of playing those as if there's no difference. And on paper there's not, but that doesn't mean that emotionally there's not. One of my teachers put it this way. If you have an actor, stage play, let's say Shakespeare, and they tell you something twice in the script, let's say it's just simply, I love you. You're not going to say it the same way twice. You're not going to say, I love you. I love you. As if it's this like rehearsed thing. It's going to have a different sound, a different timbre, a different timing, a different delivery, a different emphasis on which word, maybe a different hand gesture associated with it. And so people miss this in music. Like, it could be really subtle, but there has to be some sorts of a thing. Like, why did Chopin write that twice? Not once. It's got to be there a second time because it means something different. And so, just things to think about. He also does an incredible job of giving it its space and its breath, but also keeping it going. Like here, he doesn't just stop and lose the energy. He keeps it going, goes right into the over the bar there. 1, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And keeps the 16ths tight without being rigid. Incredible. listen to what's about to come. Like, there's a ton of these. He spreads them all in different timings with different dynamics. Just listen for the variety here. Mark Westcott talked a lot about swallowing things in one gulp and big ideas, not getting distracted in details. Oops. Sorry, I had muted myself for a second. Mark Westcott talks a lot about swallowing things in one gulp and not getting distracted in the details. And this is exactly what we just heard. Like, a lot of people just kind of go like, oh, I'm going to pause here and pause here and pause here. But he had this feeling where it just like kept getting faster and faster, kept building the energy. And he pulls back at moments, but it's never just for that moment. It's always serving the longer line. It's always moving towards a bigger target, like in this case here. And then just letting this rip. Which introduces this new theme. And had he not like kept pushing and kept surging, the intensity wouldn't have been there for the agitato. So just big themes. Like when you have a long piece like this, it becomes less about the detail of each moment and more about the detail of the big moments and how you get there. Which I think just the pacing is the most important part, and he gets that so well in this. Okay, I'm still eating my carrots. I'm so sorry. But here. This is a great moment where a lot of people would just play a bunch of C's. Except, that's obviously not beautiful. Listen to these 4 C's and how each one is different. Then also, listen here, how no group of eighth notes is exactly the same as the previous 4. He's like, maybe he takes time there, and then he goes faster, and then maybe emphasizes the third one. And again, it's all super subtle, but I want you to hear just how much variety he puts in even these things that look monotonous on the page, and they're really not. At least, they don't have to be. Things I've talked about before, but just more examples of them. Where he pulls back here, or it's crescendo. Start low, do less, even though it doesn't say piano or pianissimo, he pulls back so that when he gets here, it's actually a big climax. These entrances with the long notes. Long notes speak of thicker expression. And in order to get that, he takes more time before moving the left hand. He sits on this. So if I did no pedal, And then again, here. Instead of just in time. Which I can do, but it ruins the moment for this to shine. Let's see. I haven't actually played almost any of the pieces he chose, so I can't really demonstrate these that well. But that's what makes a melody sing, is when you don't have any activity competing with it. So if you just pause here, then you feel like the E flat is more expressive, even though it can't get louder. Just the fact that you're taking time makes it feel like it's broadening out, because you're not rushing in to get all this stuff crowding in. So listen back to that moment, and you'll see how all his long notes just kind of have this slight delay. Again, subtle, but there. Technically, he kind of like flipped his hand out to the left. He didn't just go and go on. He goes like, it's almost like he's like, stay. You know, again, I don't know this. Anyway, a lot of it is not just pointing out what he's doing. I'm trying to give you all ideas. I'm assuming many of you are pianists, and so probably should have said this 2 hours ago, but I'm giving you ideas on how you can develop this yourself. If nothing else, if you don't play, you can just understand the craft more. But if you do play, go practice. You know, go play and take notes and go, yeah, actually, I never thought about that. But that is what creates that melodic bloom, and that is why Hoffman and Richter always do that. And you'll start hearing it in other players. You know, so this is partly about David. This is partly about just good piano playing in general. And the stuff I'm pointing out tends to be the things that make the great players great, which is why David is great. So. Okay, there is like so much good. I could spend like 45 minutes breaking down what we just heard. I'm not going to do that. But again, pull back on each of these, keeps it full, keeps the momentum going. And then each one of these had a slightly different like timing and harmonic color and balance. Because if you just beat out chords, it gets really old. And he didn't do that. There was like little pauses and different things he did on each one. And then take more time. That snap back into a new tempo was really nice, as well as how clear his voicing was. This section can get really dreadful if it's too heavy and too slow, you know. I had a colleague at school in undergrad that definitely played it like that, and it was not fun to listen to. It just sounds goofy, but he kept it moving enough that you felt the line, and that was really nice. Also, comparing these, how do you even finger that? Dear goodness. It's not too bad, but it's not easy. It happens 4 times. Then a second time here, third time here, fourth time here. Notice on the 4th time, he stretches it. So on all the other ones, he keeps it moving. And then on the last time, because what does that show? Structure. Again, if we're not aware of our structure, we can't show it to our audience. So he knows, well, this is the last time, so I'm going to take rubato to make this feel like the climax of the 4, because it is, and then it's leading to the fortissimo, which then kind of comes down and fades to the theme happening again. And these, if I went back, it feels like they were a little bit faster than these, which are the same gestures. Forgive the sight reading. But see, like it's born out of the same material, and yet he doesn't restart it. It's as if he picks up where he left off, and it gives it this momentum and this energy, so you don't get lost in how big the form really is. Incredible pacing. Watch how he does this. He kept that one pretty much still moving. Let's see. He doesn't slow it down. Some people just create a new mood altogether here. And it's like, where did that come from? That makes no sense. We're still in what we just heard. And then it gradually becomes slower and slower and something different until we lose energy altogether. And he gets that. He just keeps getting one shade softer, one shade more creamy, like that. The Mark. Hang on, I paused myself instead of paused him. Maybe I should. I've talked a lot, but that's the point, right? So Mark Westcott talked about how everything should be organic, and he's like, in most things, like maybe in Beethoven you have these soupy toe things like Waldstein, you know. All of a sudden it's something new. But most things in music become the new thing. It doesn't just come out of nowhere. And so he gets this. It's not just like playing, okay, now a new thing. You have to kind of do it in stages, and naturally it's like the air in the balloon being deflated, and it becomes a new element. The lento sostenuto isn't a contrasting theme. It is, if you look at it on paper, of this versus that. But in the way it should come off musically, most of the time, is, well, we set it up in such a way that that was inevitable. It wasn't just like he felt like having a slow section now. It was all of a sudden, that thing that was stirred up got less and less energetic and fluttered out until it became the new theme. And in fact, there are all these music theory relationships too. If we see the G flat is respelled as F sharp, then it's the 5 of B major. So right here, and so on. That's literally setting this up to be a new theme here. So anyway, that's just something to kind of consider, is like when you have changes of mood ask yourself, is it really a change of mood or is it a development of mood? Did it become that? And if it became that, how do I play it in such a way that that's convincing? Let's keep. Okay, so now, to contrast what I just said, this is clearly not a blend. This didn't come from that. That was a shock. And there's a few reasons why. I mean, ritenuto with a fermata. And then immediately he says tempo primo. He gives you a new indication, goes to cut time. There was obviously no precedent for this coming. So that, he did that correctly. But other things sort of blend from one to the other. Beautiful tone production, beautiful pedaling. I mean, there's really, truly nothing to criticize here. If I had my interpretation, I would prioritize more of the left hand at moments here, or even support of the right. So like for instance here, the melody's for certain the top. But look, each one of those has a sixth harmonizing it. Even here. I feel like he was so overly voicing that I didn't notice the richness of that much. It was a lot of this. And so just simply voicing both and then like bringing the middle part quietly and the left hand quietly, I think that allows that richness to come through more, like this. I'll try it. Something like that. But that requires practice and refinement. That was a little messy and not totally how I want to do it. So, you know, moments like that I could see being more interesting because my opinion is you get tired of listening to the top after a while. And all I really heard in this whole section was the top until about here on the repeat. I heard a little bit of this. But it wasn't like it really caught my attention, so that's one thing I think could be improved here for more creativity. So here, this time he didn't take time at the beginning. He took time at that corner, right? In order to make that feel like the last one, the dramatic. So in every way, he's always showing the structure through his timing and his volume buildup. just saying what I mentioned earlier about taking a pause on that first bass note. Like, look, Chopin literally implies that by writing an octave here. So many people are like, oh my gosh, how do I ever get from the octave to the single note? And they like throw their hands. It's impossible. It's like, no, he most certainly didn't want you doing that. He wanted you taking time on purpose so you really land that moment. And that's what a good performer has the sense to do. And a lot of people, because of this need for speed and accuracy and, you know, using your eyes instead of your ears, they'll look at that and go, oh, I guess I got to keep it in time. I got to practice that like 500 times with the metronome until it's there. And it just sounds bad. So don't do that. Sorry, I keep trying to unmute and it doesn't do it. Let me just point out that that is like one of the first times in his whole performance where he truly just smashed a low note. Like, it's one of the things I appreciate about David's playing in general, is he's always committed, always has a full tone, but he always knows how to pace and save. He never just lets everything out. I mean, I have that problem. I always just like have a moment and go, okay, I'm gonna just smash, you know, but he doesn't do that. He's so careful about when he lets it out. And here it's actually required with a sforzando in the bass and a staccato, which is, of course, not actually a staccato. It's just meaning play it with a quick touch so that it gets a more powerful sound. And we know it's not a staccato because he puts a pedal with it. So what an absurd marking if that's what that actually meant. Just like in the B-flat minor scherzo that I shared with you guys earlier, it's not actually meant to go, nobody plays. It's, and again, but see, if you don't staccato it, you don't get that violence and that big, like, projected sound. You get a mushy sound. So, and again. Even there, it's not a short staccato. It's an aggressive, a ripped out sound, you know? Chopin does that a lot. He doesn't tend to actually like really short clipped sounds in a lot of things. He likes big sonorous things. And it may look like a certain thing on the page, but it's often not. And so just a moment to point out. Okay, hugely important point here. This is how a lot of people play a lot of Chopin. How he just did these with a thin, wispy tone. that doesn't project. Now, this guy has taste. He knows when to use it when it's called for. It's absolutely called for here. For one, it's pianissimo. For two, there's 3 in a row getting quieter. Sforzando is like, well, this one crescendos, but then sforzando is dying away. And they're in an echo of the harmony that we just heard, as if it's just floating away into the clouds on top of a sostenuto. So absolutely, this is not like a projected melody we're like singing out to the audience. It's this introspective aspect of Chopin. This is how, I'm going to really divide people here, I'm sorry, but this is how Daniel Trifonov played the majority of his B major nocturne in 2010. And it's like a melody shouldn't be played like that. Everyone was like, oh, he's so sensitive. And I'm like, I don't get it. Like, it's a nice sound, okay? I'll give you that. But it doesn't project, and that's the kind of stuff I hear in a big hall, and I don't hear these pianists singing out. It just is like, I can barely understand it. So it's like it almost works in front of a microphone, but it doesn't work live. The reason this would is there's no left hand under it, and you can take all the time you need. And it's not really meant to be clean. It's meant to be washy in a color, and he absolutely got that. The real melody is in full printed notes, and these are not, and he gets that contrast so nicely. So, listen to that. You can even see how like he kind of stays more in like quarter key, half key. He's not even going to the bottom in these. Let's go back. Even when he does, he immediately gets out of the bottom. See that? How he lifted it just a little bit there? And there? See? He's holding it in the pedal, but he's releasing it. That actually does have an effect on the sound. I would break that down some other time, but you really can hear a difference. And so I think he used it in the right place here. He pretty much the first time he's actually used that sound in the whole round so far, and that's the one place it needed. So he never just does things to do them. He does it because the music calls for it, and his taste and judgment for that is really exquisite. So props there. Makes a really nice, healthy chord sound. There's that side of Chopin that's slightly aggressive right here. And watch what his fingers do. He grabs it, and you see the wrist right there? Let me back up 2 seconds, if I can. It's hard on a long video. Hey, watch this. Before you do, I'm going to show you so you can be extra aware. This is a good tip on chord progression. Tone production in chords. Sorry. So take the hands as flat and grab them with the fingers as if you're literally lifting something out like this. Okay? Now, you do this. Grab the keys and do it faster and faster until you'll realize it starts to lock up in the wrist. And that's not ideal, because when motion stops, tension starts. So we want to actually move through that by having some sort of rebound. And everyone does it a different amount. Some do it more in the wrist, some do more the elbow, Like when I play the Opus 53 Polonaise, I always go down and I rebound immediately up. This sound. Because I want a strong impact, but I don't want to stay there. That sounds glassy and punchy. Taking it off right away, it's like just softens the string attack enough, the hammer attack enough, that it doesn't punch with as much force, but you still get a lot of the thrust. So if I just go here, it's kind of flat, but if I go, More fingers for articulation. Ah. Oh my gosh. There we go. See the next one. Bomb! Hey, drop and rebound. And so on. Okay, so we're going to look at this now, and you'll see he does an immediate wrist rebound right after playing it, which gives him the speed and power without the edge. Here we go. And in his case, he just does the one. You might do 2 or 3 circles. You might do it slower or faster. Play around with it. But the good pianists know this. They follow through on their gestures. So, okay. 2 hours and 45. When did I start? Somewhere around there. Yeah, it's about 2 hours and 45 minutes in, I think, for a 26-minute round. We are definitely not getting through everything. My brain is fried right now, to be honest. Let me take a quick break. I need to not do that. Let me tell you a little bit about my piano club real quick. If you're still hanging out with me for 3 hours, it's because you've had a good time. Let's be honest. You would not be here if you're not enjoying this video. So I want to make a formal invitation to you to study under my Key Learners Piano Club, which is just gobs of fun. I wasn't even planning on talking about this today, but why not? We'll just show you real quick. So, Key Learners, practice with purpose, play with passion is my tagline, because that's what I'm about. Is like, if that wasn't clear from today, having passion towards your art is really important. And practicing with purpose, most people don't know how to actually get that passion out. They don't know what to do, they don't know how to do it, they don't know how to organize their time, their technique, or whatever. So that's why I started this. Inside the classroom, you have all these things. So like a whole 21-day sprint of trainings, all dedicated to practice, with all my philosophies on that, and trainings and resources that you can download, explaining it further, and then even community discussions around this concept where people can ask me questions and get my feedback, and I respond to every single one. So that's how that works, and then we do the same thing with fluid technique and all sorts of things. You know, basically the stuff we've been getting into today, but 10 times more, and on permanent archive, so you can go through it in your own time. On top of that, we meet 3 times a week, every Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. There's master classes, there's performances, there's practice audits where you practice in front of me. And imagine this. You get done in 15 minutes what it used to take you to do like 1 to 2 hours. So a 4 to 8x growth in terms of your productivity. That's what happens when people take practice audits. In fact, I'll even just show you. This was crazy to me when I read this. Like it is and it isn't, because I've done this for a long time and I've heard these things all the time. But just what Blaze got from this. He's like, I often felt unsure if I was practicing the right way. I'd put in the time, but it wasn't confident whether my approach was actually moving me forward. So doesn't that suck to have 2 hours of practice time and you're like, I don't even know if this did anything. That's what he's saying. During the practice audit, I got valuable insights, not just about my own practice, but from watching other members go through theirs, because we do it as a group. So it might be like 3 people in an hour. You submit 2 to 3 minutes of what you're working on, and I say, here's how you could optimize your time, blah, blah, blah. You missed this, you do this first, whatever. And you get to watch each other and learn from each other. So he said it's seeing pianists at every level work through challenges was enlightening and reassuring. It reminded me that everyone has sticking points no matter their skill. Because there's literally beginners in this group that have played for 3 weeks. No joke. There's also people that are playing rock too, and a whole solo recital on top of that. Like we have total beginner to total pro in here. And I help everyone, because I'm just here to help you take the next step. So he says, that shift in perspective has made me feel more confident in my own abilities and clearer on what to focus on. If you want concrete ways to improve and reassurance that you're not alone in your struggles, a practice audit is worth it. Now here's the thing. Blaze wrote this 3 weeks after joining Key Learners Piano Club. He wrote me an email, said, hey, can I study with you one-on-one? I said, you can, but I take like 3 people at a time. Here's how this all works with my coaching program. He's like, ugh, okay, I really want to. It's a little out of reach right now. I said, okay, just join my Key Learners group. See what happens. So he did that. He got that. He loved it so much. Then by week 4, he's like, all right, I'm going to go all in and I'm going to study with you one-on-one. And so he's still studying with me one-on-one to this day. He's one of my 3. And I'm opening up one more, depending on when you're watching this. If you're years down the road, I probably won't be teaching anymore. I'm trying to get less and less one-on-one because I really believe in the impact I can have in a group setting. I actually teach better when more people are there. And the people that are there often feel the same way. And it's not that you can't get everything that way one-on-one. It's just, I just like the energy. I like the crowd, the enthusiasm. We go back and forth, we ask questions and everything. Like even today, I'm like, look guys, I'm making my longest video ever. The video I'm recording right now about this. And I said, vote on the title, and I gave them 3 options. So I'm like literally just gonna go with the title that the members say. Like we're a tight-knit community. We love each other, we care about each other. There's hundreds and hundreds of posts, 300 now. People just commenting every single day. Lots of fun stuff in here. So if you've not heard about it, or if you have but you're on the fence and you've never thought about it, there's a free trial. Come sign up, give it a shot. $97 a month. Like, that's the crazy thing. This is literally thousands of dollars of value that you get for not even the price of one piano lesson with a teacher of half my quality. So I've made it a no-brainer for those that actually want to get better, in terms of like the payoff of what you're getting from this is 10 times what you're putting in. And so you can watch video testimonials here. You can, not delete that. You can read what they wrote and everything, and see what it's all about. So anyway, there's that. I feel like I want to go like stretch, lift some weights. I'm kind of not ready to dive into 2 more hours. Well, let's go. So round 2, I really enjoyed quite a lot. I think the biggest thing I wasn't moved by was his preludes, which is a lot of round 2, admittedly. But it wasn't every prelude. It was like, there are some really highlight ones. The D minor was fantastic, so much power. The G minor was just so thrilling. Some of the earlier ones, like the first 12, I liked more than the last 12, for instance, just in general. My biggest issue with it is he did start to get a little bit into that, like, what do you call it? Not robotic, it's the wrong word. Just almost like he tuned himself out at times. Like, oh, I've gone through these preludes a lot. And he probably has done them more than anything else, because he played them in the Van Cliburn competition earlier this year. Or like he prepared them for the Van Cliburn. I don't know if he actually got to that round. I just saw it was in his repertoire. So, all that to say, I think he probably got more extra practice with them, a little more tired of them. They weren't uninspired, but I'll break down what I mean when I actually get there. And of course, it's not bad. It's just, some of it's just preference. I've never heard anyone play all 24 preludes and felt like I liked all of them, because it's just a lot of variety. That's the problem of picking that. You're much safer doing one piece, because at least like if people don't like you for Ballade 1, they're like, well, it's Ballade 1, it's one piece. But if they don't like you for 13 of your 24 preludes, they have a lot of reasons to not like you now. And so I personally wouldn't use them in a competition. They required you to do 6 of them. Anyway, I would have stuck with that and played like a ballade and something else. I think he did a really risky move there to not play a ballade in the competition at all, but also to do all 24 preludes. I know people do it, and it's kind of like a big stunt thing. My second round was actually going to be Heroic Polonaise and all 4 scherzos. I was really looking forward to that. I was like, I wanted to get in just to play round 2 and play the 4 scherzos. I thought that was going to be a ton of fun, and I was like, nobody's going to do that. We had all the Opus 10 etudes, we got the preludes, but like people, sometimes they do the 4 ballades. That's pretty rare. But I've never seen anyone do all 4 scherzos, so I thought that would be interesting, and they're my favorite of the longer form. So anyway, let me take another swig. Protein drink to stay hydrated and stay energetic, and let's breathe in. like, you know, when you do a big deep dive. So here we go. Round 2, Polonaise in F sharp minor. Oh, not an official nickname. I call this the Spanish Polonaise because it always just sounds very like, well, Spanish. So here we go, back to the beginning. So that's probably the longest streak all day so far. Kind of made sense to just get that all in one hearing. I like it. I mean, it's definitely not bad. I have a really high standard on this one because I've heard probably everybody and their grandmother play this, including all the old classics, you know, Rubinstein and Pollini from the old Chopin competition where he won, and everything. So I have certain things I sort of expect in this one, but also it's one of those ones you kind of forget how hard it is because I've heard a lot of people, and so you just go, oh yeah, like, well, that's just how it goes, and it just kind of sounds like a toss-off. And I don't play this one like polished or really well or anything, but I play it enough that, I mean, it's actually harder to like actually get it to sound good and round and all that than it seems. But we hear so many people do it that it just kind of feels like, oh, that doesn't seem so bad, and it's really repetitive, right? But I think a lot of traditions have gone to the wayside here of like really understanding like how the piece is structured and built, and most recordings take a right hand heavy approach, which I think David got into trouble with here. So basically here's how do I back this up? If I were to criticize one thing in his playing, other than what I mentioned about how he could go 10% farther with everything, that's actually not a criticism. That would be a suggestion. That would be like, it's not a flaw. It's just, I would personally like to hear what he did exaggerated more at times. In other words, he's too subtle. But that's still not a flaw. What I'm about to say is what I believe is his only true flaw, at least in Chopin. That's about all I've heard. A couple Clyburn excerpts. I think there's many times where he's just too right hand heavy. Like, and it's not bad. It's not like the sound is heavy and it's bad. It's just that the emphasis is too much always on the melody. And his voicing is actually so good that you kind of just go, okay, well, that's fine. I'm not missing anything. It's beautiful. But I remember somebody said that about me too when I did the E minor piano concerto about 10 years ago with orchestra. And of course I had Mark Westcott at that point telling me, I was 17-year-old kid, not that experienced, and that was only my second, maybe third concerto with an orchestra. And so he was just getting me to project, because he's like, you're in a big hall, big orchestra, you don't want to sit there and not be heard. So he kept getting me to, like, belt out the melody so much. And there was like a opera singer there that was not like a music critic, but she had a voice, and she said at the end, the only reason you got through that performance is because your right hand was really good. And I was like, that was sort of a backhanded compliment, right? Like, it was also implying my left hand was not good. Because she specifically put it that way, like the only reason, meaning like your left hand didn't have anything to say. And I understood it, and so I talked to Mark about it, and he's like, she's right. He's like, I needed you to get it out, so we heard it. But that is the next step in your playing. And I'm like, all right, that makes sense. Because there's just a lot of moments in Chopin where the left hand colors things, and he gets that aspect. He gets the harmonic color and the voicing and the balance. That's what he totally gets. What I think he misses at times is opportunities to let the left hand actually shine above the right hand. It's not that he doesn't have the skill. I just don't think he has the goal or the artistic awareness to do that. And it's not that he couldn't. If you told him, hey, could you bring out the left hand here, he'd practice it for 3 seconds and probably be able to do it. Somebody at his level could probably make those changes without much practice. I just don't think he sees the need, is what I'm getting at. So of course here, see what I mean? I haven't really learned this one. Like, obviously there, what do you have to work with? Not much. That's not terribly interesting. But what about here? This is actually the theme. Right? And most people just voice the top there. Right? And then they come quieter, like everyone does it. And again, so this is what I mean. We have all these traditions from a lot of recordings where it's like, oh, you play that, you voice the top, and then you get a little quieter on the A major, and then you do a two-step here with the slur out. And I'm being a little crass about it, but it's kind of like everyone sort of just does the same thing in this one. And he did it in a very committed, deep tone, full tone, good sound way. There's nothing glib or fake about his playing here. But I did think he left the door open for when you could bring out the left hand more. Like, for example, I would just sort of do like mezzo piano here. Like, kind of make it pointed, maybe a little bit less pedal. And who's to say you can't get bigger in the A major? And start to come down here. Like, in other words, do the opposite of what most people do. Like, who's to say you can't? I think those are options, and most people just don't fall into those options. So maybe not a fault, but definitely leaves room to do more things, and it's like it was just too predictable for me. But all absolutely expertly done, like to the perfect audition level, where it's like, yeah, okay, there's nothing to criticize. It's just a little bit too easy to listen to. His drills were really good. What else? Oh, okay, some other opportunities where he could have brought out the left hand. Here he brings it out, but didn't like shape it as much. Those kind of like those curves, because again, all we have is that's now the accompaniment. So just more spacing and shaping and stuff like that. That's the kind of, which I'm exaggerating all that because I just can't play it right now. But that's the kind of stuff that he was doing when it was in the right hand. Like that's what he was so good at in round one, and I just feel like it's not coming through in the left hand so far in this Polonaise. So that would be sort of the only thing I would say about this whole main section. The sound, the tempo, everything else is really great. The spirit of it. And that's why he got through, because it's like he has the right character in spades, without a doubt. So now let's go to this middle, which is the main reason I've never officially committed to learning this. This is just, I'm sorry, Chopin, but it's just an incredibly boring middle. I'm like, why? Why are there 500 A's? Like, it just, oh my gosh, I can't get over this one. But that's what he wrote, so here we go. So like, my problem with this section is it's like, what do you do? So how do you shape it? How do you voice it? How do you like do anything to make it sound interesting? And there's not a lot you can do. He did the stuff you can, and there's not much else. Like when it goes to A, changes to F in the bass, like he added some pedal there, you know, so you get. Kind of warmed it up a little bit. It's like, great, but then what else? You know, it's just, this is more Chopin's fault than anything. I think it's gotten a certain excitement, but it's not his best writing, let's be honest. This is very amateurish for Chopin, and I don't know. I've had debates with many people on this. One of my friends is like, this is the best Polonaise, and I love this part because it's just like a chord progression that is all based on A, and like jazzers do that where they reharmonize everything and the top note's the same, you know. And I'm like, yeah, but I mean, that's not like the meat and bones of an entire section. Like, sometimes it'll be like a cool effect for 4 or 5 chords in a row, but just to like keep hammering away on it, I don't get it. And maybe it's just aesthetic taste. Maybe there's an interpretation. Maybe there's something you can do to make this more interesting. But every time I hear this, I get just bored out of my mind. So I don't know. And then the fact that like this theme is really just the same as the theme from the Polonaise itself. This theme again. It's like the exact same tune. I'm just like, I feel like Chopin really just ran out of ideas with this one. And I just don't see a lot of opportunity for true interpretive depth. So really, he's playing it as well as it can be played in that sense. Like there's just not really much to do, in my opinion. Like there. See, that's nice. But again, Chopin gave you the material. F, E, D, A. There's like this descending bass line. You can do these pedal effects and do this scaled thing down. But it's like, when all he gives you is the same notes, I just don't. I'm good at thinking outside the box. Like, that's what I'm known for. And I don't see much here. So, anyway, all right, let's look at the more mazurka-like middle. So again, like, in this case, there's not much you can do in the left hand, but, like, just insane how well he can voice the right hand. And, like, maybe here, for instance, is a place where I wouldn't as much. Like, it's so earth-shatteringly clean in the voicing. Oh my gosh, why can't I do that? But, like, what about that left hand that comes in, you know, for some variety, maybe. Or even just like a more harmonic support right there. That chord, right? And now, again, I really just can't read this, but those would be some moments. Though I love his sound, I love his pedaling, I love how he really just keeps everything flexible, and always beautiful shaping. So in one area he might get some criticism for, he more than makes up for it in every other area. And that brings up another one. Hang on, trying to show me. That as long as you have enough of the fundamentals in place, you can and will sound like a complete pianist. And I don't think anyone can ever completely have every element of their playing fully taken care of. So, in my guide, Fundamentals, I have this chart. That's not coming up. Here we go. Let me show you this. These are essentially the 12 categories that piano playing breaks down into. So pitch accuracy is the right notes, you know, fingering is which fingers you choose, how accurate your rhythm is, but not just whether or not it matches a metronome, but the stuff we've talked about today. Like, does it do that, but does it also sound flexible and have personality? And then you've got balance of, like, is certain elements of your hand louder than the others? Your articulation, you know, how clean is certain things, or like that moment at the end of the F minor fantasy we looked at, where he creates this whole new sound world. It's like, whoa, didn't see that coming. That would be an articulation, for instance. And then, of course, everything else, you know, your technique, your movement, your shaping of the individual phrases, the inflection of how, like, on the very micro, tiny level, how things are sounding like they have variety versus just being flatlined. Harmony. How well do you respond to harmonic change? Like in that moment in the Nocturne where he did the E major going to the E minor, and he slowed down that E minor chord with the roll timing to reflect that. Ironic that my chart has an E minor chord there. Structure, we've talked about a lot today, like how he shows phrase structure by doing different timing on the fourth one, or by playing louder on the fourth one, which is the last one. How he keeps phrases moving. You see how like everything, it's not just a random detail. There are actual categories that quantify whether piano playing is complete and whether it actually has quality. And these are the 12 categories. I think most people measure it, especially in competitions, simply by your notes, your rhythmic stability, like the metronomic bad sense of rhythm, and often just the clarity. Those are kind of the three that most jury, kind of worry about the most, which is related to technique, but usually it's just like they just care about how fast you're playing. And by the way, tempo choices and rubato and all that has to do with rhythm, of course. So it's kind of just like those three that most people kind of complain about, and then a few things. It's not like nobody knows this. Everybody has had introduction to these things if you've had piano lessons for even like a year or more. But being aware of them at a higher level, being aware of pedaling as its own category, as its own discussion, being aware of harmony and how that affects your playing, being aware of your learning process and how you memorize things. All of them are separate topics. They could be a book in and of themselves. So that's what I built the whole guide around, but it's also what I built all of my Key Learners Piano Club around. It's like, there's a separate month for each one of the 12. A 21-day sprint to learn everything you can. So over a year, you like get the big picture. That's how I'm able to listen to this stuff and go, okay, here's all this, like, and I throw it at you. Believe it or not, I'm saying less than 10% of what I'm actually picking up on. Because literally, we would have still been on the first, like, what was it? He started with the Nocturne and the Etude and the Waltz. We probably wouldn't have been to the Fantasy in F minor yet. 3.5 hours into the call, if I said everything that I hear. I'm trying to give you the highlights. But the reason I can hear all that and pick up on all that and respond and react and explain all that is because I'm grounded in the fundamentals. I don't play any of these pieces, right? Okay, 10 number 1 I've played, and the waltz I've played, the A flat. That's it. That's it. I don't play any of the other ones so far, including this Polonaise. But I'm able to teach them at a high level and pick up on other people playing them at a high level, because I'm not really talking about the pieces. I'm talking about the fundamentals of how music works and how piano playing works. And when you are grounded in that, you can learn anything. You can respond and react and understand anything you hear, whether or not you've played it. Because you just pick up on patterns like, oh, phrase structure tends to work this way, and you tend to do it this way to show that phrase structure. Oh, rhythm goes like this, and I understand how to balance those things. Like, it doesn't happen overnight for anyone. I don't know how I even got on this tangent. I'm starting to get extremely tired. But I don't know. Something happened where I was just talking about how you make these interpretive decisions is always grounded in the fundamentals of how playing works. It's never something you feel like doing in the moment. It always has to serve all of those things. So if you're lacking 1 or 2 fundamentals, you're pretty much still a complete pianist. If you're focused only on 3 or 4 of them and you're lacking fundamentally like 6, 7, 8, 9 other fundamentals, you're definitely not a complete pianist, and you're going to sound glitzy or like you have gaps. The irony is you have people, and I'm again not commenting on this year, other competitions, other prizes, okay? You have first place people, you have second place, third place people who are really glib and are not that deep of musicians, but because the jury's only focused on 3 or 4 of the fundamental categories, they still win. And they win because they have their notes perfect, so there's your pitch. They have a ridiculously high speed, so there's your rhythm, because they never get off beat. And then they have an incredibly high level of clarity and pristine touch. And those are the 3. Pedaling is usually kind of the 4th. It depends on who the jury is. I have gotten less comments on my pedaling over the years than any other element of my playing. But then there's those people that consider it such an important thing that they'll weigh like half your score on the pedal. So it's like less risky, but kind of a weird factor that can just come and punch you from behind. So anyway, it's those three. And consistently, if you look at the first, second, and third place prize winners of all these major competitions for the last 30 or 40 years, the majority of them have those three things always there. Right notes, very clean, and rhythmically and completely stable. Whether or not those are the three most important, I don't know. I don't think it's possible to say. But the reason I think this keeps happening and they get rewarded for that, let me pull up that chart again, is that if you really think about it, the other ones are harder to quantify in terms of what's right and wrong. Because with pitch, you could say, yes, it's a B on the page and he played an A. That is a wrong note, objectively, right? With fingering, there's no discussion. You can't say, oh, well, it has to be a 4 and he played a 5. So it's totally up to, it doesn't matter. It matters for the pianist, for his confidence, for his memory, but it does not matter for the jury. Fingering is really just for you. Rhythm is subjective and objective because there's an element of it that is fully subjective. It's like whether or not you could keep a beat. So if you're really sterile rhythmically, but you kept the beat, technically you had it right, right? Like if you didn't get anything wrong, let's look at the that thing we just heard in the Polonaise. Rhythmically, that was correct. And as long as it's in the right ballpark of the tempo and it's rhythmically correct, there's nothing that the jury can technically say is wrong. So they may have their opinion. They can say, oh, well, you should have taken more time there. But every jury member knows they can't actually mark you down for that because it's all subjective. So the part, basically the part they can get you for is saying, oh, well, that was late. Right? So here's where it gets really backwards and really messed up. Is when somebody takes time and wants to do something expressive, like right here. Somebody might love you for that, and somebody else might say, oh, that was wrong. He was late. And all of a sudden it gets marked down because your rhythm is bad. Whereas it almost never works the other way, where you do something and somebody's like, that it was more right to be artistically free there. Like, that's how I think. But it's not how a lot of jury members rate it. And so the problem is the ones that like it go, okay, that was fine. And that's not really like a game-changing thing, so they don't really rate you high. The people that don't like it rate you really low for it and knock down like 5 points because they go, oh, that was too much time. And I said, well, what is too much time? That's the part that you shouldn't have quantified. You should not be dropping points. If you're a jury member, ever, if you're listening to this, to me this doesn't make sense that you would lower somebody's points because you didn't like their rubato. Now, if it doesn't serve the phrase, or if it's at a random spot, and it truly didn't work, that's different. But I know in my own career, I got criticized for just having rubato sometimes. And it wasn't because it didn't work. I would like listen to the recording and be like, I can conduct this while hearing it, and it's completely clear where my beat is. I didn't lose the structure, I just took time. And it still served the phrase at the right mathematical points where the phrase should peak and all that. Like, it's not like it wasn't an effective way, it's just that I got knocked down because the person didn't like the way I did it. So it just doesn't make sense to do that. And the same with, like, let's say technique. Some people might go like, oh, well, you're supposed to move your wrist up or whatever. And it's like, you can't really quantify that. So what they're really just quantifying is how clean it is. And then the shaping and the inflection, a lot of these other things are totally personal preference. But then for jury members that are second or third rate and don't know how to be original and hear originality in other people, they don't know what to do. So they just look at the page, and again, we get into this problem of listening with your eyes instead of your ears. And it goes, oh, there's a crescendo there, so it has to get louder. And they go, why did he get quieter first? That doesn't make sense. That's not written. But it worked, So it's like, that's the problem. That's why the people that win are always for the note accuracy, the speed and clarity that they can play in. that triangle right there, that combo. Because when those three things are there, everything else is up to debate. But those three things are not. They're the most objective elements of music. And so a lot of people say, well, and we can at least all agree he played the right notes. We can all agree that he at least played the right time. We can all agree that it was really clean and we could hear every note. So therefore, he wins. And it's not that simple. It's not only that. We've talked about a lot today. This is years and years of study that I've been just pouring out into you guys today. So there's a lot of factors, obviously, and I've spent tens of thousands of hours in this industry, in master classes, in competitions, in recitals, and talking to people, and reading online forums, and going to events live. I know the piano industry. I know what goes on behind the scenes. So there's a lot that goes into this. But at the same time, it does seem to be heavily tipped toward those three things time and time again, and it's only getting worse, and we saw that this year. I'm not gonna call out, I'm not just talking about Eric Liu, okay? Like I'm actually kind of like seeing like a trend in everybody that was in the competition. When I say everybody, let's just say the majority of people, because there's always a piece here that's like, well, I didn't like that person, but that was a really good recording, or well, I didn't like most of them, but they had a good second round, or whatever. So like, just understand there's exceptions to this. But as a general rule, as a trend, I see most people obsessed with those three things, because those three things are the things that are getting rewarded time and time again. So every 5 years, or every 4 years for the Clyburn, or 4 years for the Rubinstein, what happens is these competitors are encouraged by the year that happened before them. So they listen to those recordings and go, oh, what is there? Right notes, clean, really fast. And they feel like they have to duplicate that. Their teachers listen and go, well, that was what was given gold last time. So then they copy each other's pieces and repertoire. We get the Transcendental Etudes 3 times in a row, winning the gold medal at the Clyburn. Or at least 1 time, then a break, then 2 times in a row, right? Because Vadim Kolodenko did it. And then it was, oh my gosh, I'm embarrassed now. The guy in 2017, I think, did it. And then, of course, Yoon Chen Lim did it. And I'm not saying they're not playing them well or any of that. I'm not even getting into that. I'm just saying, like, there becomes these expectations and people start copying each other. And the aesthetic then gradually, some say it's evolving. Evolving implies it's getting better. So I'm going to say devolving, because I think the agenda by large is actually shrinking into a more narrow perspective. Is it bad? No. Is it wrong to have wrong notes? Absolutely not. I'd love if everybody had right notes all the time. But if that's the only focus, and it's coming at the expense of having a bigger perspective on harmony and pedaling and being more artistically creative, then we have a big problem. Because now piano playing is only 1/3 of what it could be. We have 3 of our 12 fundamentals in place. What about the other 9? Where is that? Why are pianists not being trained in all of those things? Because they can't be quantified, so they're not rewarded, so they're not encouraged. This is the problem with competitions in general, and why Shostakovich said they're for horses. It's not like nobody ever understood this. We have but see, it takes time. Change takes time, whether it's for the better or for the worse. It never happens overnight. So what happens is every generation, every 5 years, a new competition happens, and we're 5% less connected to where we used to be. So in the early days of the Chopin competition, you had Argerich and Garrick Olson and Christian Zimmermann and all these, like, and Polini, right? These A-list artists that were incredible and unique, and not one of those 4 people sound like the other one, even remotely close. Now, and that's 20 years apart. Now we have everybody sounding like each other in the same year. So we've really, but see, that didn't happen in one competition. It's each time a little bit cleaner, a little more glib, a little bit less inventive than the last person. And it just happens more and more every 5 years. And now we're at this place of like total artistic sterility, where it's sterile. There is no sense of who is who anymore. And you may have had your favorites, but let's be honest, if you closed your eyes, and I actually did this, I got so fed up with round 1 because I listened to like some ridiculous amount of this waltz. like, it seemed like everybody was playing that one. Because, they give you like 4 options. So it's kind of competition's fault. But I listened to so many of those and I went, oh my gosh. Everybody is playing it the exact same way. The same articulation, the same lightness, the same tempo, the same pedaling, the same little rubatos at the same places. And it's almost as if some, like, Chopin competition fairy came to all of the participants and said, here is how the jury wants it, prepare it exactly this way, and you're likely to get ahead. And I was like, really? That's how it needs to go? That's how it was just, it's disheartening for me, because it's so anti what art should be, as exploring and developing and creating, and it just seems like we're packaging it as if it's like a McDonald's Happy Meal or something, or just, what do you call those? I don't eat processed food at all, so I forget the name. The Kraft mac and cheese, right? It's like, here's your box of mac and cheese, and it's like, if that's all you want, then it's reliable, it's predictable, you know what you're getting. So I see why it gets chosen. I see why some people want Kraft mac and cheese. It's convenient and they're used to the taste. I'm not going to put that in my body. I don't like Kraft mac and cheese. I care about quality. And I think how you do one thing is how you do everything. Bedros Keuilian says that. He's a really big entrepreneur, gym guy, has helped a lot of businesses to grow and blah, blah, blah. And he just says how you do one thing is how you do everything. So if you care about quality in music, you care about it in food. And if you care about it in food, you care about quality in your body. What are you putting in your body? What are you doing to your body? Are you letting yourself get overweight, or are you hitting the gym? Right? And again, I'm not getting into any of these about what you need to believe or what you need to do. I'm just pointing something out, that society in general kind of falls into one of two camps, where they're fighting for quality and beauty and, artistic expression and whatever that looks like, or they're fighting for a prepackaged, easy to use, convenient side. It all works together. I do not eat fast food. I do not go for convenience. I do not wear cheap clothes that have holes in them when they have, and I'm not wearing like fancy, $1,000 suits, but when something has a hole in it, I throw it away. Because there's two sides to this debate. One could say, well, appreciate what you have. Some people wear the same clothes for 10 years, and there's, kids in Africa, I grew up hearing this, that don't have food or clothing, and they would love to have what you have. But that, for me, there's also, like, on the other side, I acknowledge that side, there's this sense of, like, the need for beauty and just purity in everything. And so if you have beauty in music, it's like, I don't want holes in my knees, so I mean, again, I'm not trying to like say life has to be one way. I'm just saying, like, if you look at these sort of big categories, generally when people are okay with sterility in one area, they are also okay with sterility in other areas. I'm a holistic type person. Whether you agree with me or not, doesn't matter. You got to see the whole thing as a package. I have everything, that what I eat is clean, what I wear is put together, the way I play is honest and shows expression. It doesn't mean there aren't mistakes and all sorts of little like rubbish to sort of like iron out, right? And it doesn't mean I don't have a bad day of eating and all that, but you become the kind of person you believe around. And when you believe that art needs to be more expressive and more full and more representative of life itself, you don't put up with this thin, glib playing where you just tickle the tops of the keys and you don't do anything interesting. You just settle for the speed and the notes. And this is how everyone plays Opus 10 number 8 now. You barely hear the notes. They're clean, but they're fast, and there's no emphasis, and there's no, no sweep to the left hand, no voicing. It's just, and those are the same people that eat McDonald's and go, you see what I mean? Like, everything's sort of connected. So anyway, I'm not knocking you if you eat McDonald's, okay? I just want people to start seeing that it's really hard to actually separate things in life. When you really boil it down, you realize, like, what you have settled for is actually internal. It's how you see life, and that will boil out to every other category. So, anyway, point taken. I did not plan to get into any of that. For some of you, that was probably really helpful. For others of you, you're like, dude, just listen to David play. Like, shut up. And I wouldn't blame you for that, okay? But anyway, let's wrap this up. I definitely want to get a move on this. Okay, here we go. There was a nice little detail, like da-da-dee, da-da-dee. The first time he rushed into this octave, the second time he took space between the third and the octave. Again, on paper they look the same, but he had a more gracious pacing there, and that allowed us to hear variety. I think all this is nice. I will say that definitely there are, according to the standard I've been talking about, there's going to be a lot of people complaining about how those were too messy. You know, simply because they weren't. Yeah, this kind of level of clarity. I kind of like the sweep of it. You know, obviously it was cleaner than that, because I'm making up the notes. But I will say that those are the kind of things he might have gotten marked down for. So, you know, we've explored some of that today too. It's like, I think I flat out said this earlier. I think he should have gotten a prize. I would not have put him at top prize. I would not have given him a gold medal. And it's not because I don't think he's the best pianist there. It's because I think there was just enough room for certain elements of his playing to be more indulgent and more creative, that I would have given him a second place myself. But I don't, here's the irony. I don't think there was anyone that overall I liked more and should have gotten a gold over him. So what am I trying to say? It's like he wasn't good enough to be first, but nobody beat him. It's not so much that. That's kind of it. I just think there was like 5% of his playing, like that I've mentioned, that I wish he'd go a little farther with his ideas, and I wish sometimes the left hand would come through. That it just needed to be a little bit more to be still on that standard of like, he's 24 too. Like he looks like he's 38 or something. Like not because he looks old. He's mature. He has presence. He carries himself very confidently. I would not have realized he was as young as he is, given his aesthetic. And so when he is actually that old, I think all of these things I'm talking about are going to be like a non-issue. I think he's going to mature very carefully, and like a fine wine, he's going to season. He's not ever going to do anything super extreme and become like Glenn Gould level, where it's like, where did that come from? He's got personality and individuality, but not to such a degree that he's just exploring, that he's just doing weird things to do them. So he has a better balance than just about anyone I've seen in recent days. I also think because he's slightly tipped toward the side of being too careful. And that's the only thing that I feel like is holding him back right now. I'd rather him risk a little more, even if it meant some more wrong notes, even if it meant a little less polished. Because as much as I loved how polished he was, it didn't sound sterile ever, but held back and sterile are two different things. And it did feel held back. And so, like moments like that, it was like so close to exactly what I wanted. In other hands, I'm like, it's a little bit lacking, just a little bit, not a big issue. He's going to mature with time, though. I mean, he's going to no doubt become one of the greatest pianists of our century. It's not even a question. The fact that he's in the Chopin, gets to the finals, and he prepared all the Van Cliburn stuff the same year. I mean, do you realize this guy just played like 7 hours of high-level classical music in the same year? Like, anyone who can do that at this level, sorry, I muted myself, is on another level. That's unheard of. I mean, few people do that, but a lot of these people space their competitions out 1 or 2 years, maybe 3 years apart. Trifonov, of course, didn't. He did Chopin, Tchaikovsky, Rubinstein all together. Kevin Kenner back in the day, I believe, did Chopin and Tchaikovsky, I think, really close together. So it does happen, but like the majority of people are like, okay, I'm going to do Chopin in 2025 and then Leeds in 2028 or 27 or whatever it is. And I'm going to like not practice Chopin for 2 years so I can get ready for Leeds. It's pretty rare to see somebody in the same year be at this level of polish. And so, I mean, the fact that he's balancing all that, without a doubt, sets him apart. Maybe 2 out of 10 competition winners will dare do that, where they put themselves under that much pressure in the same year. And let alone, how many of those 2 or maybe 3 tops out of 10, how many of those are then this personal and this able to do that? Or are they more like, well, I practice 12 hours a day and I rehearse it exactly how it's supposed to go and I don't have the originality, right? So anyway, okay, let's get through this Polonaise. One more example, sorry, coughing. One more example of the left hand is like here, you know. There we go. That's harder to do than it looks. But, like, again, everyone, because of the melody, shapes that. But what if you came down? and the left hand came up. Let's see. So on and so forth. And then more right hand, and then back to left hand. And so on. So I'd have to practice that in to make that sound convincing, but you get the idea, I think. So those are just more ways, because like you might understand the idea but not know where to apply that. That would be one example of where I would. And see, that is exactly what I wanted, like the whole time. That was great, where he, like, see, he brings it out here, but he doesn't bring it out when it's in octaves for some reason. Like, it's there, but it didn't have the same care of shaping and stuff. Like, that was amazing. I loved that moment. It was a great ending, and the energy he keeps in these 16ths too to come was really nice. Listen to this. He keeps it moving without the phrase dying, so that was really nice. Man. Okay, it is 1:46. This is, yeah, I didn't have an exact timeline. I'm getting pretty tired, to be honest. Let's do this. I'm gonna do one more round. Because how can I not talk about his third scherzo? That was one of the best out there, especially the coda. We'll go through that. It's also, like I said, I was going to play all 4 scherzos in the competition myself, so I know those pieces actually better than any Chopin that I've studied. So let me do this. I need to have one more bathroom break. I'm surprised I made it this long. I drink like a gallon of water a day, so it's like it's impossible for me to get through a 1-hour call without a break anymore. But anyway, here's what I'm going to do. Special offer invite. If you have actually made it this far, obviously you heard my thing about the Key Learners Club earlier. I want to give you a month for free, because if you're the kind of person that would sit here for almost 4 hours and just listen to some random guy on the internet talk about interpretation, it's because you've deeply resonated with what I have to say, at least some elements of it. And I want to reward that. I want to just give back. So do not go in the comments and say at 3:47 he offers, 3 hours 47 minutes, he offers a free thing, here's how you get it. I want this to be, I'm not going to put this in the description, the pinned comment. This is just between you and I. 99% of people that clicked onto this video are not going to get to this minute right here. So that I'm just verbally saying it out loud. Email me and I will put you in for a month of the club. It's a $100 value right there. 97. And I'm just there to pour in, because if you got something out of this, you don't know what you're missing in the club. It is next level. And I'm confident that you're going to come in there and get your life changed, because everyone that's there right now does. And like, people don't leave once they get in there. They're just like, this is what I've been looking for my whole life. We have these kind of discussions all the time. They're not always 5 hours long or whatever, but we talk, we meet, we work through these things, we discuss them, and we make music real and authentic again. We don't just like try to play it to this theoretical perfection that doesn't exist, right? With the wrong agenda. And I'm on a mission to bring back the musical quality of what used to be here 30 and 50 and 80 years ago, and what was passed on to me through my teachers who studied with some of the best people in the world. Mark Westcott was friends with Samuel Barber, Leonard Bernstein, Aaron Copland. That tradition of conducting and composition was still ingrained in his era. He's now dead, You know, he's passed a couple of years ago, and he was, you know, those guys he studied with have been gone for much longer than him. So like the tradition's been passed on, and there aren't that many people that care about it anymore. So I'm here to bring it back, to restore it, and if it resonates with you, you'll stay and you can be in there. But I just think if you've been here this long, why not? Why not be here? So send me an email, ap@aaronpetitpiano.com, and I will. I'll get back to you. I'll put you in there. We'll meet. We'll talk. It'll be a lot of fun. Looking forward. So I'm going to now give more samples of my playing. Let's see. Why not my Polonaise? I think that'll be fun. Right here. Right here. So enjoy this for a minute. I'll be back in a minute, and then we'll listen to the third scherzo, and we'll be out of here. All right. See you later. Cut myself off. Obviously you can go back and listen to all these. I also, notable stuff I have online. I mean, you can just look me up on my channel. My performance channel doesn't have nearly the same amount of views. Let's be honest, most people don't want to support someone else. They want to support themselves, right? So they want to learn more than they want to listen to others. But that said, listen to also Nocturne Opus 55. I'm really, really proud of that one. I feel like it really represents just a lot of my artistic standard. And then of course my Stravinsky Rite of Spring is probably my most popular video. How do you do that? Here. Yeah. So anyway, if you're not familiar with my playing or you want to listen to more, there's quite a lot on here for fun. All right, back to it. Okay, only 3 commercial breaks, not too bad. And the commercial was just more Chopin, so it's not even technically a break for you guys. It's just a different artist. All right. Last run. As much as I would love to just, I mean, in some ways I could do this all day. I barely slept last night. I feel like I'm gonna fall over. I also have a limited number of work hours, and I had to cancel every appointment I had today, move lessons, everything, just so I could make the time. I never just have 5 hours to kill. That never happens. So the fact that I could even free this up is already pushing it. So I honestly wish I could have made this 11 or 12 hours, but then on one hand, I'm like, nobody on earth will watch that. Except Mike Winger made a video, different YouTuber, different niche on women in ministry, and it was like 12 hours, and people actually did watch it. It got like 400,000 views, so it kind of gave me confidence to try this one. But he was really well established and hyped it up for 2 years, so this is kind of coming out of the groundwork, and there's no hype. But anyway, let's do this. I wish I could get into his other stuff, the preludes. My favorite preludes he played: D minor, G minor, B flat minor, D sharp was pretty good. Like, they all had qualities. A lot of them just didn't really stand out to me. That's where I feel like he started to just play too fast, but not in a glib way. It was just hard to hear subtlety, and I think it could have definitely been more full of variety like he had in the other ones, but they weren't bad by any means. I mean, it wasn't like, oh man, why are you doing that? So anyway, I won't comment on them specifically, but let's definitely do the third scherzo because it's just one of my favorite pieces. So here we go, and this is the last thing, and we'll probably be off this in 30 minutes or so. We'll see. Here we go. Here I had literally, look at this, I had literally prepared everything. I was like, we're gonna listen to every piece that he played. Fourth scherzo is actually my favorite piano piece. So I was really excited for that one. And I've heard him play all of this. I just wanted to give commentary on it all, and I don't know what I was thinking. There's just, I'm always this kind of person. I just talk and talk and talk and talk because I have a lot to say. And I have a 16 years of career to share with people, and it just, you don't recap that quickly. So anyway, let's go third scherzo, see what this is all about. So there's the whole first section. I don't know if my ears are just tired or if it was truly this way, but it did strike me this way the first time. It's just like a little bit lacking in energy, and you know, it's certainly not bad. It started to feel too soft to me. Like the things that made his playing absolutely smashing in the F minor fantasy in the first round felt like they didn't belong here. In fact, there was parts of the Polonaise that felt a little too rigid, and I'm like, I wish he had that more here, because this scherzo, in my opinion, is the closest Chopin ever gets to Beethoven. In the sense that, like, everything is really rigid, rhythmically. You've got this, like, counterpoint kind of thing going on with dotted rhythms. Garrick Olson had a loose comparison of it to the choral symphony. Bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum. You know, it's like there is a little bit of that, and it almost felt like he tried to round it off a little bit too much. As much as in times I kind of get tired of Argerich for being too aggressive. But like for this, it's just so right. It fits so well to just kind of throw the gauntlet down. And just go, go, go. Especially in this, where you just almost like scream it out, you know. Big crashing sounds, you know. It's not in my fingers at all right now. But this kind of thing, it's like it felt a little too round, a little too robust. And let me show a couple examples of where. Like that, you know, the trick that I liked earlier, where he takes time on the top, so that rounds out. Like that worked in the fantasy. I don't think it works on this isolated moment. Let me get this. Hang on. Okay, so. My gosh, I feel like I can't play right now. It felt a little thin, and again, I think it's just because he's over voicing the right hand. Like. David does so well when he needs to voice there. And then when I want more beef and more left hand from him, I just don't feel like I get it. This is a moment where I would be, you know... Oh my gosh. Hang on. Yeah, forget it. I feel like I'm literally... forgetting how music works right now, but you get it. It feels like that thunder and lightning aspect was missing, and even here when he brings in the ba 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 ba, it's kind of soft fingered instead of like more sharp and more pokey, which typically we don't think of Chopin like that. But this is a scherzo after all, which means funny, laughing, humor. And it's dark and sadistic and has this like kind of violent energy to it. And I just kind of feel like his is like really polished, not boring, but lacking that like intensity. So like for example, let's go pogo. Scherzo 3. And everyone talks to Trifonov. I'm going to avoid discussing that one right now because there's different things to be said on that, and I just don't want to get on a tangent. But let's just listen to like those two passages with Pogorlich and just notice, like like the description says, very dramatic. Somebody timestamps these. Maybe like right before that. Let me see if I can find. You know what? Here, we'll just go all the way back. Even there, the tone of that. Much more aggressive and steely. It just feels more aggressive, more relentless. How breathless that is. It feels like a Beethoven sonata, and it works. See, with that left hand, he started a little light, but it really came up, and so it didn't feel like it was just like big right hand. Like David's sound is beautiful and huge, but it's always right hand heavy, and that's his biggest downfall, without a doubt. sound. It's getting quieter, but it's not losing energy. So going back now, it's round 2. That hits this sort of mushy tonal world that I don't really get. I don't feel like that belongs to this piece. So here I am. I'm glad this came up, because here I am in most of this video saying like there isn't one way to play a piece, and you need to have individuality and all that, which applies. I mean, I fundamentally I believe in that above all else. So for that reason, I like this. On the other hand, there are some styles, there is some pieces that just seem to be speaking a certain way. And I think the more rigid the structure of the composer, the more rigid your options. And this is just rigid. I mean, it's 4-bar phrases, 8-bar phrases. There's not a lot of things going on texturally. It's very like tank oriented, you know, like a piece of machinery just going on and on and on. There's not a lot of subtlety to it. It's probably the least subtle of Chopin's scherzos. Definitely 2 and 4 are more. Even 1 has more change. Yeah, I would say 1 is even more variety. You know, so it kind of just feels like maybe that's the one thing, even in round 1, that was missing, is David is so sensitive. He's so round. He's so majestic, is a good word for him. When he gets to a piece like this, I don't think he knows what to do with it. He turns it too round, too beautiful, too pristine. And it's not. This is the uglier side of Chopin. This is probably as violent as Chopin ever gets. This, and then the Ballade No. 2 section in the Ballade 4 codas that I mentioned earlier. But even there, like, well, yeah, no, those are about as violent as he gets, right? And I don't think David has that quality to him. Maybe he'll develop it over time. It just like, that's what I love Pogorely for. But then Pogorely sometimes doesn't have as much of the roundness, but actually the older he got, the more I'm like, wow, he had everything. And that's what I mean about David earlier. I said I would give him second place, not first. I feel like his strengths are stronger than most, than like 90% of the industry right now. I also feel like his weakness that I've been talking about is significant enough that it doesn't feel like he's a complete artist yet. And that's not a knock on him. I mean, who is a complete artist? Like 12 people on the planet right now. Maybe. You know, it's like it doesn't really happen for most people ever. And the ones it does happen for become household names, like Horowitz and Rubinstein, Richter, whatever. There's only a few of them per generation. So given like that's where you could be, and that like where he is, the gap is not huge. And he's almost there. It's just, he just needs to develop a stronger sense of the left hand and a bigger sound in the left hand and slightly more violent quality when needed, and he's done. Like, he's a finished pianist. So most people have a lot more gaps than that. David does not have very many. That would be what I would say. Losing energy too quickly, I think. I also heard a masterclass with Jeffrey Kahane talking about this, who's really well-known conductor, pianist, educator, college teacher, everything. And he's like, okay, let's look at the form of the scherzo, what it really represents, and what Chopin's getting at here. A scherzo historically is like usually an ABA. It's a laughter-based thing with, you know, triplet and all that. We have presto with fire, not just fast, but with fire. And the middle serves as like a break to the to the texture and everything, but often still has, in most cases, the middle of the scherzo is still the same tempo before Chopin. And then you come back to the main thing and it's done. In this case, Chopin goes A, B, A, B. He brings the middle section back and then turns it minor, brings it back again, and then adds a coda. So he extends it to a larger form. This is still the shortest of the 4 scherzos. It's typically about 7 to 7.5 minutes, whereas the other ones are 9 to 10, because he doesn't have written out repeats. Or like repeats where you go back and play the section a second time. He has repeats that he wrote out, but it doesn't really develop as much. Like the other ones actually change a little bit more and anything, whatever. Not a big deal. But the point is he's expanded the scherzo form to a little bit more than it normally is. And this meno mosso, it's just a little bit less motion. And sostenuto is sustained, but a lot of pianists make this mistake, that it's like as if it's a different piece. And it's really not. In fact, fundamentally, it's just sort of like a lot of these shapes backwards. Da 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 is da 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 da. And of course it's 1/3 speed instead of all quarter notes, it's dotted halves. But motivically, it's still coming from the same, it's cut from the same cloth. And I think a lot of people miss that. Also, Chopin does not write to play faster here. He writes leggerissimo, which a lot of people then interpret, oh, well, he must have meant just play it as fast as you think. Just like in the second scherzo in E major section. It's not written faster. But nobody goes, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Nobody plays it that slow. Literally no one. And he doesn't say faster. He just says leggero. It's the same thing. So I always played that a little faster. I build to it. You can build and build and build and build, but even there, I feel like you can't go to a certain level. Argerich goes, it just rips through it, and it's obviously cleaner than mine. She's Martha Argerich, but as I've established for the last many hours, it's like, is clean really the goal? Like we even had some of these trends we're seeing today back then. Now Argerich had a lot more going on for her than just clarity. So that's why she's ultimately held up a lot more. But she has her issues too. And I think a lot of people misunderstand the heart of Chopin when they do just wacky, crazy tempos out of nowhere like that. And David didn't do that in the Fantasy. He saw the blend. He saw how you become one thing. He's missing it here. He got really fast and really slow. So Jeffrey Kahane, back to him, recommends that you essentially try to take the scherzo all in one tempo, within reason. Like the... Obviously, he says a little slower, but what is a little? Half speed? Most people do half speed. And then they go like more than double speed on the eighths, and it's like, this should match that, and this should match that, within reason. So... something like that. And then that's only a little slower than what you wanted to do, which is faster. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. Move, because then all of a sudden then they get here and it's just absurd. And it's like then we're right back to our original tempo. So I just feel like most people's sense of the structure and the form here doesn't really make sense to me. And again, it's one of those things where it became performance tradition. That would be my overall criticism of his overall second round. Is as much as it's polished and good and clean and balanced and voiced and personal and all that, he still falls into too many of the traditions of how these pieces are quote unquote supposed to go. The Polonaise was like that. He did the dynamics, the shaping, all the stuff that you'd expect that most people do. The Scherzo, he does the same thing. Oh, okay, he's slowing down. Oh, he's speeding up on the eighth notes. Oh, it's a little bit softer, a little more round. It's still more committed than most people, but it's like he didn't really find his own voice with these ones as much. And I felt the same way in his preludes, but even more so. Like, he's doing what you're supposed to do, and there's some you can tell he absolutely loves, and there's other ones it's like, oh, I had to complete the whole set. So I'll finish those other 3 or 4 and or whatever, 6 or 7, I don't know what it was. And then he goes, yeah, okay, I'll finish them and I'll just kind of play them clean because I don't know what to do. So my sense is just like with time, as he gives these things more thought, he'll probably continue the way he is deep down, which is, for the most part, a very individual player. And I think he's going to become more of that over the years. I just think he's like a fine wine, like I said earlier, going to probably take a while to do that. So anyway. That said, gorgeous tone, really clean. Like, despite me not liking the tempo and the relationships and not really seeing and hearing that, at least each moment is well crafted. The other danger I would say though is not just the tempo, is like, do we really hear the line of the chorale? And if it's too slow, we have a lot of break in between the end of this and the beginning of that. And I think that's the other reason people play this fast, is because they're trying to listen from here to there and they just can't. But if you play it faster, it will be in your ears more. Super top heavy. See, he got faster. Again, like, it sounds like he just threw on an old recording of Argerich and just said, okay, this is how it's supposed to go, this is how everyone does it, and let me just do it that way. And like, he pulls it off. If I didn't know better, I'd be like, yeah, this is a really great performance. But I just kind of, two things are pulling at me. You know, my view of the tempo relationships, as well as my view of, like, I have in my ear the old Prokofiev recording as well as Argerich, both of whom play it in a more intense fashion. And so it feels like he's trying to do what they're doing, but in a more soupy romantic style instead of in a very Beethovenian style. And like, it doesn't quite feel like he found his voice in this one, to be honest. those were some darn good runs, I have to say. That was so pleasing. It was like clean, but not like sterile. There was still some life in that. It was just like, oh, I love that kind of pearly sound when people can get it. It still has meat in it, you know? That run, those runs are just absolutely butter. Like, that is the kind of stuff, it's like, okay, that's what he's good at. That softer, more gentle thing. So anyway, like when he's in his strengths, there's nobody better. Like that's exactly, like literally, how could you improve what you just heard? That's perfect. At this point, I'm just listening to enjoy. Like, as much as I said I prefer it another way, it is very still good and polished and very clear. Sorry, been getting over a cough. I'm actually shocked I got through most of this without coughing. I don't really have a lot to say beyond what I already said. It's all kind of the same stuff. So let's just finish this out. I will just say this. The coda was extraordinary, without a doubt. I went back and listened to Daniel Trifonov from 2010 because that's the one that everybody talks about. And honestly, I was like, wow. It's not as fast. Like, David is not as fast as Trifonov, but it's cleaner and more violent. So it's like he got the end right. And if anything, I'd rather get the end right. I remember I was at a music camp, and the teacher was just addressing, like, how do you have an effective performance and everything. He's like, well, you definitely need the first few notes right, because you just need to be confident right away. He's like, but the most important thing is no matter how bad your performance is, you better have your last section really good, like the last page or half page or whatever. Because he's like, if you end with energy and excitement, everybody will forget anything that happened before that, and they'll just jump up in the chair and go, oh! You know, and like, that's kind of what we see here. Again, none of it was bad, just a little bit lacking in energy. But because of the coda, it's almost like, I've never heard this whole piece played better, because it's like that's what's fresh in your mind. And I don't know, there's something about the punctuation really lets it sink in, and you just start going, no way, that I haven't heard it like that. And you just, because it transforms how you feel emotionally, it reframes your thinking, so you're not thinking about what you didn't like before it anyway. So we're gonna let this play out. I'm gonna skip a little bit ahead to the coda, have a few parting words, and we're gonna be off this dang thing. So it's been a marathon, hasn't it? Let's do the whole build up. crazy. I want to point a few things out because this is always interesting. The ending often doesn't have a very conclusive feel in most people's performance. And here, like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. That 1, 2 is always kind of weird. And a lot of people actually slow down on the 1, 2. Like, let's see. And it feels weird, but he just kept it going even faster on the 1, 2 than on the 2, 3 before it. And it says stretto, which it literally means to just keep getting faster. So he's the only one that I've ever heard where it's like, oh, that actually worked. See, and I never thought to do that because I always miss it. So I could never get comfortable with that. That's how I did it. And I was always like, that's weird. I don't like it. And Rich does that. A lot of people do that. But he lands it, so it totally works. And so on. So that was really nice. I also wanted to point out, for some reason, I don't know if it's his articulation, his pedaling, his shaping, I can't really put my finger on it. But not only have I played it myself, I've heard a million people doing this, and I never caught the fact that this and this were related. Like, obviously the right hand has a similar shape. And then... But with the beat 1, like, sort of lunging toward beat 2, and then with that pause on beat 3, it's like because of the 8th note, I never really saw that relationship. But when I heard him do it, it's like I somehow felt in the subtlety of his playing that he like almost lunges toward 2. And a lot of people maybe just de-emphasize 2. This kind of thing. But he almost like went into it. It's one of the few passages I can still kind of play. But I don't know. I wish I could explain it. I just felt like, wow, I finally heard the 1-2 pulse pulling the entire coda together. And that was really cool. Really appreciated that part of his interpretation here. And I like that it's like not ridiculously fast. I mean, I literally like go to a Trifonov and compare the two, and you'll be like, no way, they're not that different. Trifonov is like, oh my gosh, can I do it? Can I do it? Let's see. No. No, I can't do it. But that's the idea. Like there are some that are that fast, and you kind of go, really? Does it need to be? I know it's prestissimo or whatever. Actually, it's not. Tempo 1. Okay, somebody said it was prestissimo, and I got influenced by that comment. That's why we always need to check our sources. It's tempo 1, so actually... So, like, within reason. Of course, that's fast, but within reason. So, anyway, very exciting ending. Really polished stuff. So, all right, we've been here a long time. How do you end a video like this? Subscribe! I don't know. Wow. Hopefully you learned something here. Obviously you did, otherwise you wouldn't be sitting here 4 hours in. We talked about a lot. What I would say is to recap all of this. Be original. Challenge everything you know. Take yourself to the next level in every area. Don't focus on 1 or 2 or 3. Focus on all 12 fundamentals. Don't get persuaded by what you've heard in other recordings. Become your own person. Explore. versus reproduce. Push the boundaries, become something new. That's what David teaches us, ultimately. And whether I like it, whether I don't like it, whether it's perfect, whether it has flaws, none of that matters. What matters is that he was one of the only competitors I heard personally that I felt like he was actually starting to become his own artist. And at the ripe old age of 24, that's an amazing achievement. It's a rare thing that people get to pursue that, and I was trained that way. I'm not as polished as he is, I'll fully admit that, mainly because you can hear my kids. I have 3. I started a family, I started a business. I actually have a normal life. I'm not throwing myself 8 hours a day at piano playing. I play 30 minutes a day maybe. And so for me, like I said earlier, how you do one thing is how you do everything. You have to balance everything and put it in perspective. And I'm still sad that I didn't get in. I knew I wouldn't win. That was never the goal. And I think a lot of people misunderstood that on my videos. I was not trying to win the Chopin competition. I wanted a voice. I wanted people to know my playing for what it stands for. And I knew that I would at least be heard there. I knew, beyond the shadow of a doubt, that if I got in, I would not make the finals or win. But I was hoping maybe I can at least make round 2, make somewhat of a splash, and that many more people know about me from there on out. Now it's just a slower game. I'll still do it, but it's just going to be a lot more social media. And I'll probably still end up getting a lot of the same people that would watch that competition, just if I just keep doing what I do, teaching, playing, putting stuff online. So that's the goal, because I just really believe in artistry and individualism, if that was not clear from the last marathon of hours. And more than just in me, I believe for everyone. I think everyone should sound different than everyone else. I believe God made you with an individual voice, with an individual heart, with an individual mind and intellect. And the more you become you, the less you become someone else in how you copycat or whatever, the better it goes. And I really don't play like anyone else. I teach in a very unique way, and I teach other people to find their own unique voice, whether it's academically right or not. I always try to respect the composer, of course, but people like me and people like David will never get fully rewarded for our efforts, for what we bring to the table. We'll always get a partial reward, we'll always get some recognition, but there's always going to be in the music academic circles people who have been trained to think in a two-dimensional way and to listen in the wrong motive, like the story I shared about listening with their eyes instead of their ears, looking at the score going, oh, but Chopin wrote this pedal marking. It's like, yeah, well, do you know the story about the waltzes? Apparently not, because he clearly didn't mean to do that pedal marking. And even if he did, it was in that hall, in that room, on that piano. And we need to change these things. We need to think outside the box, color outside the lines, and become true artists. And so, yeah, honestly, I could just ramble. Thanks for watching. This was fun. The reason I made a video on David and not on anyone else, and didn't, on purpose, I don't think I named anyone else from the competition throughout this whole video in terms of talking about their playing or their quality or the results, because that's not what this is about. I talked about him because I believe what David is about is more close to what I'm about than anyone else, and I wanted to use that as a teaching opportunity for others, that we can all become that. We can all become something valuable, and it's not because of the prize we're given. It's because of the prize we give ourselves of true artistry. David has given himself something more valuable than the top prize that the jury could have given him by being himself, by being true to what he believes in, and by actually having a voice that's going to have lasting impact. Give him a few more years, like 3, 4, 5 at most. He's going to be out playing everyone there in every way. So the few weaknesses he has will be gone, and he'll probably have a longer career than most people because he actually believes in a holistic approach to playing the instrument, and something that really feels genuinely good and honest. So in any case, no shade. I should have said this more and throughout the whole thing, but no shade on anyone else who's in the competition. I'm not trying to say they're not worth listening to or any of that. I want to bring an awareness of artistic standard, because when you're aware of that, it would be amazing if other people that were even competitors listen to this video and were like, oh my gosh, there's a lot I didn't ever think about. And they start to go outside the box. Nobody's a finished artist. Whether they got the gold medal, whether they're really good but didn't get the gold medal, whatever, like everyone has more things to learn, myself included. Mark Westcott used to say that in his 60s and 70s. And he knew more than anyone I know. So that's just how it goes. Horowitz openly admitted many times to Mark Salman and to other people that Mark knew that he didn't know this piece, or he didn't know that trick, or he didn't know that repertoire, or that piece of history, or whatever. The good artists will fully admit what their weaknesses are and not try to hide that, because it's not about competition. It's about becoming individual. So, all right, guys. I don't know when this video is coming out. I recorded it on a Tuesday. I will probably drop it on maybe a Friday would be good, so people have a weekend to just sit down and, like, you know, you watch the Super Bowl for longer than this, so why not watch this, right? All right, cool. If you did actually watch this whole video, share it with somebody you know that would appreciate this, because I know making a video this long is not the best way to get views. I'm not trying to get views. At the same time, I am, but not for views' sake. I'm trying to get views because I want to change a generation of musicians. I want to actually bring quality to an industry where it's really lacking. So if you think of somebody and go, oh my gosh, you got to cancel your plans and carve out a weekend to watch this, please do. This is how we move the mission forward. This is on you now. I've given you this baton. It's your part of the relay race. See you next time.